Cat Gang's all here. Wow, wow, look at all y'all. See that? I think the Heywoah yearly recap, like I don't know if you'd call it like the Mephisto or the Mephisto show, like whatever if we were on like a TMZ couple or whatever, that like our annual recap show, it's like my Super Bowl. I think this is the one. So
Oh, okay.
so we gotta bring the thunder tonight. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I
Hey,
was just gonna say, we did bring the thunder because we were discussing a little bit before the show, a little competitively perhaps,
mhm.
that I showed up with rare, ultra rare import Japanese Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles vintage snapback. And then Mephisto took off his sweatshirt and revealed that he was wearing a shirt with his own name on it. And I gotta admit, at least a moral defeat here.
I think your hat is more visually swag, but like the actual like art of like taking off the hoodie and like like I was coming off of the bench, at the end of Space Jam, that documentary about that time that Michael Jordan for really real beat aliens to save our planet in a game of basketball.
Yeah, and they really haven't come back, but we've been waiting for them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Weeb facts is in it. They are not ninjas in name. They're just mutant turtle over there. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I feel
Right,
like
because they can't be proper ninjas, right?
right. Yeah, yeah. So they're just mutant turtles. Uh, the shirt with your own name on it is a nice touch. Thank you, Kicker. Yeah. Not
Yeah, not from EGA. Don't count.
yeah, don't count. Right on. So yeah, we got like I said, this is kind of our this is like kind of like my Super Bowl show, I guess you'd call it. We're gonna look back on the year of Age of Sigmar, but first I guess I'll do the intro. I'm of course the magical Mr. Mephisto, the most dangerous man in Age of Sigmar, now in merchandise form. This is of course episode 80 of AOS RantCast, and I'm joined by tonight by a man who needs no introduction. Heywoah.
Yo.
And we're gonna be sort of recapping a year of Age of Sigmar, and this is a weird one. This is a weird year for Age of Sigmar. So I think we're also going to be talking about some sort of some of the periphery of the year as well, because you can't reflect on 2020 and what it did to Age of Sigmar without reflecting on the state of affairs. And I think that
Yeah,
with
there were
that,
just way less tournaments, right? There were
right?
way less releases. There were way less tournaments. It was a stunted year, right? And so, also every time I'm on the show, the topic tends to meander a bit, right? But
Right,
it's
right.
all good.
Yeah, I mean that's why people watch Radcast. I think like I'm kind of settling in as I think like an Age of Sigmar talk show host. Like I don't so much talk about Age of Sigmar so much as I talk about the guests and like some current event type stuff, some release type stuff. But really, I've always been interested in the peripheral elements of or the adjacent elements of our game. So and what is more adjacent than real life? And Fluke Skywalker, wow, okay, take over Mars. Uh, Dropping some gift subs here. Fluke Skywalker, Zyko, Manzak Minis, Sentinel, and Digital Keegan. Enjoy all those hot sick emotes.
Ooh, big gifter.
So Jill, of course, resubbing. Thank you so much for 10 years of subscriptions. Mad lads, all of you. So yeah, and of course, chat gang, you are the show within the show, so you will be naturally a part of this journey. But we're going to start out talking about the hottest topic in Age of Sigmar right now, Cyberpunk 2077. um, I I had my own hot take on it. Like I've started doing these little sort of like side rants or on rants, I think I call them, because I literally like an on ramp you would take on the highway. I've been doing them from my truck because I have a lot of time to spend alone with my thoughts, and I kind of got like upset at the rollout itself of Cyberpunk. Not so much the game. Like I'm just like everything about it is the most corporate shilling. The like Project CDPR could be the bad guy in a Cyberpunk story with all the crap they pulled to get this game out. And and you know what? Like the game itself is fine. I've been playing a bunch of it. You've been playing it too, though.
Yeah, I didn't finish it. I played it for maybe 3 or 4 days. I got very far, and then I stopped because I had other stuff to do. But I really, as a game, I very much enjoyed it. Actually, the normies, because we're on Rantcast, so you gotta spit fire sometimes. The normies became upset because they tried to play a gigantic open world RPG on last last generation's console, and were shocked that it didn't run very well.
Well, to be fair,
in other news, water is wet.
well,
They got what they deserved. You play it on PC because it's Skyrim in the future, and just like Skyrim, it has the same number and frequency of bugs as Skyrim did, that beloved game when it was released.
right.
Not quite as much as Fallout 76. That's in its own category, but still way more than is proper, right? However, I don't know. Wait 6 months worth of patches and play it. It'll be a beloved game for years to go.
I mean,
it's great. It's a great game.
To push back on that a little bit, they did completely lie and obfuscate the fact that it ran like trash on the
right.
old
and the
on the other
story
consoles.
is that is not unusual.
Yeah. I mean, they were supposed
anyway.
to. Yeah.
In fact, most reviewers don't get the shitty console port version either.
They weren't allowed to.
Correct.
No. This was what was different this time. Is like I'm reading from some reviewers and stuff. Who there's a fantastic article on. It might have actually been like Forbes or like Biz Journal, because they're starting to do.
Even mention that version of the game.
Yeah, they weren't even they were NDA'd to not even talk about it. They codes, because what happens now is like it's all digital. I actually have access to review codes myself, left over from my Games Journal days. Like I can still get access to these. So this isn't uncommon. Like you go, okay, like here, what code do you want for your download? Then you go onto your rig and or console and you download it. They basically said, like initially they said like, oh, if you're gonna get it for the PS4 and the like Xbox One, you'll have to wait till this date. And so like they sort of like soft told you not to do that, and then they hard revoked those when the people did request them anyway. And so it's like, ooh. And at the time
it was one of those suggestions that wasn't really a suggestion.
Yeah. So like super bogus. Bogus.
I read was it a post or was it a video on when you talked about how Cyberpunk was not punk?
Yeah, I've got mad on Twitter initially because them exploiting like sort of transphobic coding. So I initially got mad on Twitter, and then I did a video about it on on YouTube. So
yeah, it's called something like Cyberpunk is not punk, I believe, or some such title. And at first I agreed with you, and then I thought about it for a moment as I was playing the game. And as I was playing the game, I decided that Cyberpunk is extremely punk, actually. Because Johnny Silverhand, and we're talking about the story now, not the corporate stuff surrounding it. Because Johnny Silverhand is a loudmouth, drunk douchebag who treats everyone like trash around him and talks high ideals with absolutely no substance to them at all, and many of them don't even make sense or aren't true.
Right.
And blew up a giant building, endangering thousands for essentially a symbolic, selfish reason to go out in flames while pretending it was to fight capitalism, which largely came to nothing. And there's nothing more punk than that.
See, I would have
get owned, punks.
Yeah. See, I would have
It is a punk story.
Yeah.
Because of how hypocritically useless it is.
Man, no. See, I think the game itself. I do think the game itself is punk, and not for your more hilarious reason. No, I mean it reads as punk. Like the aesthetics of it hit a home run.
Yeah, you fight the man while doing horrible things.
Yeah,
That's punk.
yeah. just like taking pot shots at half my audience. By the way, go check out Rantcast. I believe it's 68 or so, where I do a punk hammer, a punk review of Age of Sigmar. No, I don't. No, like cosmetically, it looks great. Like the aesthetics are solid. That retro future.
Out of the world is exceptional.
Yeah.
What would you call it? The immersion is exceptional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really exceptional. I mean, when people aren't turning upside down randomly, right?
Yeah, and there's not like exploding cars flying through flying through a wall next to me.
Yeah, and when some guy lights a cigarette and his gun is floating 2 feet from his hand and kind of goes inside of your head during a cutscene, like in the moments in between that, I really have to compliment the immersion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. No, my take, and not to like spend too long on this. My main take is that it was it might be the most meta move ever, but CDPR themselves and the release and the launch and all that part, the advertising, the sort of like thought control, the gigantic corporate shill engine that just churned out this whole game. 10 out of 10 game of the year. Nobody played it yet. Go on to Reddit 6 months ago before anyone had played the game, and it's the best game ever. Like the most dystopian future, like bad guy plot line ever. But hey, so that's, I guess, I mean, hey, that's Cyberpunk 2077. Trying to catch up on chat here real quick. The game should have been PC only. I mean, that's the thing, is if you're going to tell me that the thing plays on the old thing, then it should. That's just me, a consumer, not wanting to be lied to by corporations that most certainly always lie to you, because that's punk.
Yeah. Right. My contestation wasn't that it wasn't an excuse for what they did. I was just telling the audience that they should have known better. It doesn't mean that they didn't massively mishandle it. Mm-hmm. They did. But, I mean, you don't play games like that on PS4. You play them on PC.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, there's an age of person who didn't know that yet, right? Because there's always the next generation coming.
I bought it on PS4. I bought it on PS4 actually. No, I totally did. The minimum specs to run it, my rig makes exactly, and I'm like, the hardware is better on my PS4. And the hardware is better on my PS4 Pro than on my actual gaming rig. And it turns out eMachines run it better because it's not about the actual graphics. It's about the fact that they were lazy with optimizing it.
Optimization.
Yeah, they were just straight up lazy. They didn't bother to do it.
That's why you can install EverQuest 2 today, January 2021, and it won't run well on your 16 CPU computer, because it's optimized so poorly, it's not even letting you use any of that. And that's why optimization is king.
Yeah. So they just didn't do it. So now that we got that out the way, we will be talking about some actual Age of Sigmar. We got to kind of recap our thoughts on LRL and SOB, which I believe are really the only two releases we got. We'll talk a little bit about Sigvald. I said I would never do a 7-hour rantcast again, but we're probably just going to talk about Sigvald for 7 hours because that's as much as he deserves. But speaking of uselessly occupying buildings, we're going to tear the Band-Aid off. No, it's video games and tabletop gaming for me have long been my escapist vices. If you've listened to Rantcast for any degree of time, you know that I started out mostly as a in tandem tabletop gamer and like a golden age of NES. Like I grew up alongside the NAS as the NES became an SNES. I got a gaming PC for Christmas from an estranged grandparent trying to make up for all the Christmases type thing, which is why, despite my poverty, I was able to like jump in on the PC gaming culture early, and then I had to learn how to build computers to keep my computer relevant when I couldn't afford, just getting a new rig out of nowhere. So I was able to I jumped in on that sort of like around the Doom era. Diablo and Warcraft were like the two main ones, and Jedi, I think it was Dark Forces. Right then, those were like
Jedi Knight was good. Yeah, Dark Forces 2 was good. That was the FPS.
yeah,
2.5D one.
yeah, yep, yeah. Right then is when those were like the hot games. Right when I got a gaming PC, it was Warcraft, the first Warcraft, initial Diablo. It was Jedi Dark Forces 2 or Star Wars Dark Forces 2. I always forget them. The shooter one. I think you might have got a lightsaber way later on.
The Jedi Knight one is the 3D like swinging the
kind of crummy one. Yeah, it was
lightsaber.
Yeah,
it was like a Pentium 1 thing when they first did Jedi Knight, the first one.
Yeah,
I believe. So it was actually pretty early as well.
Yeah,
and then they went up with those types.
Yeah.
I'm different. I never had a console. We didn't do that. Not in this house. We didn't hook stuff up to the TV, but I did have a computer very early. And so the first games I was playing were MS-DOS based stuff like Zork and LucasArts adventure games and Doom 1 when it came out, and Wolfenstein and all that stuff. So
yeah.
In other words, I too am old.
Yeah, so I mean that was kind of my transitional stuff, but those were the things for me. Video gaming is still a solitary thing. Tabletop gaming was really like my calling, even young. Dungeon played one game of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm like, this is really cool. And then we were in like backyards, like pantomiming what we remembered from playing Dungeons and Dragons until I met Sam and TMNT, and then it was like all tabletop RPGs. That's what I was like obsessed with. And in sort of parallel to that, that's where I got into Warhammer, and my passion's always been a lot more on the tabletop gaming side, especially role playing games. And consoles and PC gaming became something I did by myself, whereas tabletop gaming is like, gosh darn it, I have to wait to be with friends. Like, ugh, gross. Like I need friends around to do this. The superior form of gaming requires other people. Disgusting. But I bring this all up to mention, in 2020, I've had to kind of retreat back to a lot more video gaming when I had really been immersing myself in Age of Sigmar. Got into Blood Bowl was huge. Playing Blood Bowl on Steam because it's an older, now it's like several iterations older in the rules for the game, but it's a fantastic digital port of a tabletop game. If you like XCOM, the XCOM vibes are strong with it, and I'm a huge XCOM fan. So that's what I did. But it's like Warhammer has always been that game. It became the game that I played to connect to people again, rather than like totally tap out from reality. And it's weird because like I found myself incapable of tapping out from reality, even as I try to hide in Cyberpunk 2077. Even as I try to hide in Blood Bowl, like my old digital haunts haven't really worked as well anymore. What have you been doing? Go ahead.
That kind of reclusion is probably not bad, and in fact, a lot of people could do for some of it. But sometimes reality just knocks on the door, right? And you gotta face it.
Right. And I know you've been on riding the turbo bus.
Yeah, I found myself during COVID as probably the least personally affected by it in the nation. So I don't know that I have much of a right to complain, right? So, for instance, at a certain point, it became obvious that everyone needs to kind of just stay inside, and work from home somehow, and just not really go outside or gather with other people, just kind of chill inside. And I'm like, I've been preparing my whole life for this.
Yeah.
That's me.
Hmm.
I don't go outside. I work from home. I edit stuff. I stream. I make YouTube videos. I play video games. I'm so like my life is so prepared to not change at all for this.
Yeah. Sorry, catching up on chat here. Talking about he and I.
But yeah, I'm in the turbo bus. I play classic WoW. It's down to once a week, Tuesdays. Um, because I don't know. More than that, it's a bit much, right? But it's been like the classic WoW thing has actually been a riveting success. Totally excellent in my opinion. It's just been really fun. It's been very different than retail because the people playing it are very different than retail. You know,
Well,
the
it's a passion crowd.
the original, I should say, right? Like you're getting the original game, but you're not getting the original experience just as you playing Super Mario Brothers 3 in 2021 is different than you playing Super Mario Brothers 3 when you're 10 near the fireplace of your grandma's house or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the people that were wanting to recapture that magical experience of their past were kind of on a fool's errand. I understand why they would have wanted to do it. Nostalgia is strong, but um, even so, it's actually fun to go back and play old games and just give them the this is what we can do now. This is how we game.
I
This is
agree.
how we think
Yeah.
now. This is how we optimize.
Hmm.
It's fun to do that to old games.
Well, I
That's why we
remember.
like
Go
speed
ahead.
running. That's why that stuff is interesting. We're speed running in WoW now.
Yeah.
You know, we're speed running next Ramus, stuff like that. That makes it fun. Sorry, with Soren, big subber,
Yeah, that's right. The Mad
big
Lad,
shifter,
the OG
five.
Mad Lad, dropping 5 gift subs in chat. The 5 drop. If I didn't have little kids and a wife, it would be models and EQ all day from me. Yeah, MMOs don't hold me quite the way they used to. I don't know what it is. For me, nostalgia for me is a harder thing to connect with. I don't. Yeah, I used to when I was writing reviews, I was very cynical. Like any game that like sold itself on nostalgia, I would just crush it. Like it was
Well,
like
it's a red flag
yeah
in my opinion. Um when the main point of your game is nostalgia, that should be a red flag. It
mhm,
doesn't mean it's doomed, but if someone's walking up to you with Mighty Number 9 and they're like, "Hey, this is like Mega Man except worse." Like, "Okay, that's concerning."
yeah.
Sometimes it ends up actually being pretty great, like the new uh
Bloodstained, Bloodstained.
Bloodstained was
Yeah,
pretty good and Classic WoW actually was amazing. But that I feel if you were approaching it healthily, you weren't approaching it for nostalgia. You were approaching it because you just wanted to play your favorite game again,
mm,
and it was impossible to do so without breaking the law.
yeah,
Some people think that Yoshi's Island is the best Mario game, and they can play it today by putting it into their SNES or getting a ROM.
yeah,
You know, but if you think that Classic WoW was the best MMO, then you couldn't just play it.
yeah.
It was actually not
Illegal.
available, and
Yeah,
that's sad. So I got to play Classic WoW one more time. I probably won't again. This is probably the last hurrah, but it was awesome. I did almost everything I wanted to do, and yeah, the Turbo Boys are just blasting. We're zooming the absolute spurgs, um, going as fast as possible, doing as much damage as possible. Probably too much because the risky gameplay is high. We're top of the we're top of the server. How fast can you clear Nax, right? But we are not top of the execution. How little damage did everyone take, and how few people died? We are. The eyes are on the prize for Turbo Bus. It's like that. We have a little animated GIF. Say it right.
he's right.
of a school bus with two giant rocket flames on the back at a drag racing thing, and it goes down, and the engine is so crazy that the school bus does a wheelie for like half the track, and something kind of falls off of it. You can see halfway through. That's Turbo Bus.
Yeah. 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 um, poor Frank here with the big mood. Arcades are dead, and so is my nostalgia. Oof.
Yeah, that's a rough one
Yeah.
because they were kind of dying anyway,
The
and
90s was
then this happened.
the 90s was the resurgent, the sort of 20-year cycle, because the heyday of arcades in the USA was sort of the original, like, sort of Pac-Man,
I
Gattaca
would say
stuff.
that they were beginning to come back, but they were coming back in the wrong way.
Mm.
And that's not to say they weren't. So they were, I
I,
feel that
I think I'm about to
2010,
disagree thoroughly with you.
2015,
Oh, I see where you're going.
they
Go
were
ahead.
beginning to come back, except they were coming back as like bars. Like it was a bar that was also an arcade for adults that remembered to go, that they went to arcades when they were a kid. And that was actually becoming pretty successful, but it was becoming pretty successful in an unsustainable way because kids weren't going there. Like the reason all of those people that like that new wave of arcades were giving all those people money is because when they were kids, they went to the local pizza place that once they got out of high school, the dude who was running it ran to Las Vegas and was never heard from again. And the place got shut down and reopened as three different Denny's. Like they went to the skate rink and only bought skates because you were forced to, and then just stood there playing in the arcade the whole time. Like that's
These are my people. Yeah.
and so the kid places for arcades didn't have a resurgence, and so the bar ones for adults are a good try and pretty successful, but I don't think it's sustainable
Mm.
moving forward.
Well, locking out the children, like you say, I think is really. I mean, that's the thing is like that. I mean, it hit from the middle school to high school age. You'd had this mass sort of. I have to wonder now as we talk about like video gaming, MMOs, and obviously we always have Warhammer in mind here. There's a social component to all of these things with MMOs, with arcades, with Warhammer. There's a social component that for me has always been the peak of gaming. Like I'm not a super social creature. Um, I'm an introvert, but I do require some more social interaction than I think of the two of us. I think I'm more require a little bit more social than you. Um,
Yeah, I heard about one of those science experiments where they were asking for people to be isolated in like a white bubble from 2001: A Space Odyssey for 6 months, and they were gonna like pay you for that. And I considered signing up because I had a computer with internet. It would affect me not at all.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess my best time in any game are the people in the groups I play with and join. Well, like even my single, I've talked about this before. Even my single play. By the way, Kai Leonis, thank you so much for the 1,000 RDP earlier on to remind everyone that Chat Gang ain't none to fuck with. No, I even
Oh,
think about.
your thing is called RDP. Hold on, streamer talk. Yours is called Relentless Discipline. I have 21,162, by the way. Because I haven't spent any of it. I'm saving it.
Yeah, yeah.
On my stream, mine are called double turns.
Ooh,
So
spicy.
people are collecting and spending double turns to get what they want. Both good. Both good.
Nice, nice. Um, yeah, back to Kylie Onis's thing here and talking about social gaming. Even my fondest memories of player gaming was being at a friend's house. And my friend Terry is the one I like really sticks out. My friend Terry and my friend Eric are the two that really stick out on my mind for this. Growing up in that NES, SNES era, and doing like a sleepover, and like yeah, sometimes we play Mortal Kombat, but like just Zelda Link to the Past, and like taking turns beating up chickens and trying to like flood the screen with the chickens, and then like running, and we're just laughing for hours, just I don't know, 7-year-old kid, 8-year-old kid, just like beating up chickens. Then like, okay, I died to the chickens, and then passing the controller to my friend, and
Yeah,
j-
the first time I beat Final Fantasy 1 was not really me beating it because I was at my friend's house with two other people, and we were just switching the controller every few hours, and we got through Final Fantasy 1. And that was like my first console experience just about was with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it was still social, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like I say, I like these days I tend to isolate, play video games alone, and then transition the other stuff to what?
Yeah, Kyle Leonis. The kid with the NES on the block was the dude. Yep, exactly. He was so rad. He was everybody's friend.
What was the Final Fantasy 1 party comp? All red mages and one black mage. like, like,
Ours was a struggle. It was warrior, black mage, white mage. We went for the bomb.
yeah.
And I don't know comps nowadays, but I still recall those, and we like named them. We named them after Dragonlance characters,
Right, as one
except
does.
like with no vowels, so you could just barely squeeze in something that had to do with it.
Yeah, yeah. Dragonlance is like DGNLNC, right? Mm.
Was Rune the Norse game? Early three, not even early 3D, like middle early 3D Norse game where you had this giant hammer. Am I thinking about the right Rune, Manzak?
Frank, no black belt, 0 out of 10. He's rating our party comps. Amazing.
I mean, black belts are tight, actually.
Yeah, they were pretty sick.
They're actually really good. That double attack, dude.
See, Soren just dropped a bunch of like tabletop or traditional games. Ticket to Ride we play in this house. Love Letter we have not played. I've heard good things. King of Tokyo I've also heard good things.
I played King of Tokyo. It was fun. That's the Richard Garfield game, right? Unless I'm thinking of a different one. In which case I liked it. Settlers of Catan I don't like. But I don't really like board games. I find them really interesting from a design standpoint, and the people put an awesome amount of thought into it, and that's really fascinating to me. But I don't necessarily terribly like playing them.
It's an entirely different design style. Like, I mean, you talk about like first principles
of really fucking tight. Like they're
super tight.
They know their shit. Those designs.
And I mean, the oldest form of gaming is essentially the most preserved. You have literally just straight up rando dice games that like various like sort of like fledgling nations would try, like mostly like around dice, and those are like some of the earliest games. Then of course you have like Go, and then from there just like it's board games and
of course the most skill intensive board game, Shoots and Ladders. So like you laugh, but board game fans will laugh even harder, but also cringe.
Yeah. No, I like board games. They're good. Yeah, maybe it's because I became a dad. I don't know. Like I really got into more board games with Molly and stuff. They're I don't know. It's hard to say. It's a very high return on time investment to fun with an amount of people compared to like the amount of video games I have to play in a year to get a great video game. And obviously Age of Sigmar is like the pinnacle of most fun to time put in, but we weren't allowed to do that this year. All about that Candyland. Yeah, that's fair. Except you always fucking make it to the end of Candyland, and then you pull the goddamn licorice assholes card, and you go all the way back to the beginning of Candyland, and then like fucking Lord Licorice.
If you want a real masterpiece, it's Crokinole. As if I haven't watched the Crokinole Championships the last 4 years as the king defends his crown.
I came across that.
Don't embarrass me, Frank.
Not when you play for real licorice. Ooh, yeah. But okay, I think we've what, half an hour. Yeah, we got rid of all the soft viewers, all the casuals. um, like I said, it's hard to talk about gaming with in 2020 without talking about reality. I think I've been a big proponent of mental health. I think gaming is important to it, and finding ways to stay afloat and keep your mental faculties about you in all of this. Still finding ways to hang out with your friends. I get to cheat because I have a stream. But other folks, TTS, Discord, just hobby hangouts on like Skype. I've heard like crazy Skype. I thought that was gone, but so I guess yeah. So hobby hangouts and stuff like that. Just finding ways to reconnect. Some people that happen to have a decent like small bubble of people they can trust to still go basement game with. I'm truly envious of all of you, by the way. But those little basic things.
I got an MTGO EDH night Friday nights with like the old Magic boys. They're all old now, and we just play like $10 Chuck on MTGO. Not every Friday, sometimes like maybe it's once or twice a month. But
what the fuck is Crokinole? I gotta ask. What the hell is this?
It's just the most competitive, finest example of human competition in history.
Am I about to Google this because you guys are just trolling me?
No, because you have to Google it and listen to the commentary with sound to get the full experience. We'll save that for...
Oh, it's like a weird little circle spinny Canadian game. Oh, it's Canadian. Anyway,
yeah. Anyway, that's also another reason I decided to stream more often. Was because everyone is stuck at home and they can't do anything, and it's nice to, even if it's a Wednesday and Warhammer Weekly is also happening and I'm competing with that, or most people watch the YouTube video and don't come to Twitch or anything. Like it's nice once or twice a week for 4 hours or so, however long your stream is, and just hang out with people who like stuff you like and chat with them. It's nice to do something like that.
Yeah.
Because we can't do anything in real life, right? And so I don't know, I feel like community is still important, even if it's through Discord or through Twitch or whatever.
Right, 100%. You're right, Johnny Lawrence is the fucking best, Warlord Joel. You're right. Cobra Kai is one of the greatest things ever made by God or man. Any of the gods, I don't care. It's season 3. I fear that no spoilers. It's still early enough that some of you casuals had it just binge watched it the night it came out in one sitting, and now you're like sad looking at everyone else discovering it. You're like, oh man, I wish I could watch it for the first time again too. Like I fear that season 3 gave us a little bit too much of what we wanted. It was like, oh, is too much of a good thing a bad thing? And I'm sitting here as I'm just like devouring all of season 3. It's only 10 episodes, and they packed as much as you could get in there in 10. I've never seen a show put that much awesome into 10 episodes. Like, Mandalorian might have the bigger peaks and valleys, like it might have like some higher highlights, but it really takes its time getting to those high points, and you mostly have to be a fanboy to begin with. Like, maybe you have to be a fanboy to get on the Cobra Kai like fun train, but like once you're hooked, you don't need to know freaking anything about their lore. I have no idea. I don't even think I watched the third Karate Kid, where like they actually go to Japan or Okinawa, and didn't matter. Amazing. They were referencing this stuff. It was amazing. I loved it. It was the best thing ever. Johnny Lawrence is my personal hero, and I seek to be more like him every day. I'm gonna start wearing freaking bandanas, tied around my forehead, with like the freaking leather riding jackets and stuff. Like, oh, yes. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. Like I said, there will be no spoilers here. Soren says, I've tried my 7-day free trial of 2021, and I would like to unsub. Speaking of, yeah, so sometimes you can't tap out from reality entirely, and I think maybe I'm the one show that's willing to talk about this shit, but yesterday was it was a travesty. It was bullshit. Um, but I feel like I've been talking for a while. Uh, Joe, do you have something maybe you'd like to say while I parse my thoughts or I think about it? Because I struggled to get out a single tweet yesterday. I deleted like a dozen of them. Mostly tried retweeting people that I thought said stuff better. There's no way to not talk about it. Like I know, like I said, we talk about gaming to tap out from reality, but sometimes reality comes crashing in like a goddamn train, and no amount of gaming can save you.
Yeah, I thought about it. It is called RantCast, and so I collected a few thoughts on a notepad here that I might talk about. And if you came here for absolute neutron star double lava hot takes, please enjoy.
I'm gonna lose.
Anyway,
I'm gonna lose so
this
many
is
subs for this. Let's go.
yeah, yeah.
Let's go. No, no, it's fine.
This is speed running everyone leaving the chat. But no, I have a few political thoughts about it, and
Yeah.
I didn't know if I was gonna make a video or post about it or anything, but here we go. Also, before I say this, I'm not talking to people who didn't vote. It's fine. Not voting is fine. You may forego your rights at your option. Many people really do have a problem with not voting. I basically don't. I mean, when I learn someone does not vote at all, I have to admit that I think a little less of them as a person. Like, the ceiling of potential respect I can have for them is lower.
Mm.
But that's mostly it, right? You're trying to survive out there. You got kids to feed. You don't know what's right in this, confusing political landscape. That's fine. I mean, know your limitations. A
I
wise man knows what he doesn't know.
I'd posit that they've been really very good at voter disenfranchisement too.
Well,
Um,
correct. If you don't vote to like teach them a lesson or because you're feeling disenfranchised, congratulations, you played yourself. That strengthens everything you say you hate about politics. Like if you're that kind of person. Um but still like it's not like directly harmful. It's just tangentially allowing something to happen, right? Um
Vanilla Sauce says I would respect someone for not voting if their reason is that they felt uninformed.
yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. That's fine. That's like, it's knowing what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um let's see. The
Or
people
you were
from
in the
Idiocracy.
hospital the day of the election. I think you have an extenuating circumstance. Like you
Yeah.
just like end up hospitalized, can't vote, right?
I mean, there's early voting, but still, like, it's fine. The people from Idiocracy stormed the Capitol yesterday to stop the peaceful transfer of power egged on by the president, who made decisions before and during not only not to stop it, but to help it. And his speech at their gathering beforehand definitely fired them up on purpose. I watched it. The Confederate flag made its way into the capital of the United States of America during the vandalism, something that we prevented during the Civil War. This is perhaps a silly symbolic point, and I admit that. And the Confederate statues in DC cast a long shadow over my point, but it wounded me just the same. How is this different than BLM? The first question I would ask, if asked that, was why were they doing it? BLM protested and, yes, sometimes rioted, although exclusively after police presence purposefully and violently escalated the situations. They were protesting appropriately police brutality and lack of accountability. Okay, fair enough. Suddenly, the fault for me flips to the oppressors, then, in my opinion, who, by the way, did everything they could to make that situation worse, to always escalate, to divide people, to make them more fearful, and to win points. and with calls to just shoot them from the president, as always pretending he was joking when he issues statements as the leader of the free world that turn out to be louder dog whistles than he intended, which is shameful and makes a mockery of the entire system. The Capitol mob, on the other hand, was protesting the election being stolen, even though it unequivocally was not, beyond a shadow of a doubt, stolen. And the police mostly let them through. The first National Guard request was denied by the DoD, and while one woman was shot and several police were wounded, the only other damage seems to be to property. And in my opinion, the dignity of America, which we are running on short supply. But it is also no surprise. In 2016, we had 40 years of evidence publicly available that Trump was a con man, decades of screwing people and businesses over and then bullying them into submission in the courts to get his way. Conspiracy theorist. Scam business models meant to fail after briefly filling his pockets and leaving everyone else, the normal people involved, high and dry. Promised to pay these workers, didn't. Promised to pay those workers, didn't. He scammed and screwed people over every step of the way to get to where he was in 2016, never taking responsibility, never being held accountable, scot-free every time. Imagine actually thinking he suddenly started caring about the little guy, about the deficit. He got rich by starting rich and then declaring advantageous bankruptcies to get his fortune, and you think he's going to balance the budget. Unbelievable. But this was 2016, right? The white working poor have long been useful idiots to the Republican Party, but this time it was the most obviously fake version. Dangerous incompetence, no cabinet picked out, preposterous plans for the country that didn't even make sense on paper. Nonstop lying, you've heard that all before. And people voted for him anyway, but now twice. I cannot forgive these people, and I mean this, as willfully ignorant as any anti-vaxxer, and dangerous in the same way as we have seen.
300,030 dead.
He's not really racist, right? He didn't really incite violence. He didn't really make fun of Kovalevsky's disability. He didn't really mean she was only mad because she was on her period. He didn't really dog whistle the KKK, right? All of this is a misunderstanding. He didn't really mean Mexico would pay for it. He didn't really dismantle pandemic response and then downplay it for months. He didn't really call it a hoax. He didn't really push against masks well into the year. He didn't really call the election stolen, despite the only evidence for anyone trying to steal the election was of him doing it, ironically. He didn't really encourage storming the Capitol in Michigan, and he didn't really encourage storming the Capitol in D.C. I've heard these lies from his supporters for 4 years online and to my face. I think they should have some respect for themselves as a serious human being. Gaslighting me is insulting, but gaslighting yourself is pathetic. This is why, by the way, liberals called Trump voters racist or classist or whatever insulting thing you hear. Because we simply can't fathom that anyone could actually believe lies as blatant as the ones he tells and that his supporters tell us they think. Our only choice is to go to ulterior motives. We can't imagine so many millions to be so stupid and fall for something so transparent. It's easier to believe that there are that many racists, that many politically ignorant, and that many selfish people who don't give a fuck. Our history makes a strong case, to be fair. If you aren't one of the aforementioned three, then I'm afraid there's only one explanation left. I simply have no fucks left to give to the crocodile tears of bewildered, reasonable Trump supporters that pretend to be surprised again. I mean, you knew. Deep down, you knew. You just didn't give a fuck. And now I don't give a fuck about how you feel. Or you really didn't know, and now you have proven that you are unfit for the responsibility of voting and should have known this flaw about yourself at the time. But you do now. If you're blind, you don't drive. If you're acrophobic, you don't clean windows on a skyscraper. And if you believed Trump, you need to leave the voting to adults. But snowflake liberals always cry wolf. Everyone's a Nazi. Yes, they do. And that's a problem with them. It's a huge problem with them, and their messaging could almost not be worse. Sometimes I think the Democrats actually like to lose, but it is really not difficult to sort through the sensational to find the reality if you care to. Many Trump voters submerge themselves in hysterical right-wing media complaining about hysterical left-wing media and never had the ghost of a clue that something was amiss. You radicalized yourself. My sympathies these past 4 years have been spent instead on the people Trump voters have hurt, on the suffering they are politically responsible for, of the extreme division their candidate nurtured and stoked and increased and exploited every step of the way, all while pretending to be a victim and telling you that you are a victim as well. No. In fact, it seems to me that Trump creates victims, and with their votes, they have too. My advice is to feel some shame for those Trump voters, and then leave us voters alone. You've done quite enough. For as long as I live, I will never accept someone saying out loud that they couldn't have known at the time. If somebody says this in a bar in 2050, I will call them out on it. This is a lie that could blot out the sun. Have a dose of your own take some responsibility medicine and apologize for the telegraphed consequences of your political irresponsibility. Well, I can't believe he lied to me, said a million voices on Facebook that themselves have complained for 15 years about how all politicians lie. You voted for the most notorious liar in presidential history. Twice. What exactly did you expect? Some of them wanted to be a provocateur online, but then curl up and hide, quivering, when it's their feelings that get themselves hurt. Or even more pathetically, when people dare talk politics in their video games, in their tournaments, in their media, in their content. Imagine not even wanting to hear politics when your politics hurt people. Solipsistic, hypocritical cowardice of the highest order. It makes sense not to want to talk about politics when yours are so revolting that you know you would rightly get harassed for it if people knew what they were, if people saw your voting record. It's a clue. It's a hint. Many just wanted to believe this time that someone cared about the white working poor, but they had already asked the wrong question, and they got the most obviously phony answer, and bought it again, maybe next decade. Some wanted to oversimplify that both sides are the same man. That's fine. It's dead wrong, but you can think that, I guess. But I don't see how you think that gets you anywhere with all the sides being the same and everyone being the same. Where does that get you? To me, that's equivalent to saying you can't disprove that we aren't all in the Matrix. Okay, but that says nothing about anything else. But somehow it got you to the voting booth and you pushed the button. Well, slurp this diarrhea through a silly straw, motherfucker. You asked for it, and you shit on people for 4 years who didn't like the taste. Fuck off. So let's talk AOS.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't a monologue. That was him spitballing. He just, he was thinking about it for a little bit.
That was off the cuff.
Yeah, it was off the cuff.
Yeah.
Not prepared.
Yeah, I didn't, I really wish I had a teleprompter for that one.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. I think it was I went onto Facebook, unfortunately, and I saw endless posts from so many people about how they were so surprised that this happened. And these people I know that voted for Trump the first and the second time.
Mm-hmm.
and it really just set me off. I had to say something.
I will say I was. It wasn't seeing the Confederate flag that did it. You know, the traitor flag, the literal, the loser's flag, which couldn't be more apt.
The white flag. Yeah.
It couldn't be more apt that a bunch of sore losers stormed the Capitol building with the loser's flag. And seeing it in there, which is something it didn't do in the actual Civil War, unfazed. It was two guys mocking George Floyd's death on the Capitol stairs.
I saw that too. Yeah. And you had a lot of liberals who saw that and felt like a lot of the right-wing people probably felt like when the right-wing people said that the protesters should be shot, because that's the type of anger, right, that it brought up.
I know that, like, dirty liberals, and don't confuse liberal with Democrat. I consider myself a liberal, and I'm pretty jaded with Democrats, as many Bernie bros, I'm sure, identify with, and, we've got leftists mad at moderates and stuff like that. So I get the discontent.
No, I make no mistake. I'm not a Democrat. I was at one point part of the Democratic Party, but that is many years ago.
But for me,
also, by the way, I'm not condoning.
I don't like
saying that or feeling that way. I'm just saying that a lot of people felt that way. But my overall point was that it was
no. But one of the takes is that, like, liberals are smug, and, like, morally they're smug with their moral superiority. And in that instant, it wasn't just that I am smug in my moral superiority. I am correct. Like, the world where I thought I had been taking crazy pills for like 4 years, not trying to figure out, or being able to, like, try to figure out, like, why do I see something so wrong in a disturbing voting amount of the population? And I'm again not. And then, like, I see these fuckers mocking George Floyd's death, and I wouldn't recommend anyone watch that video. The excruciating amount of time it took for him to die, begging for his mother at the end. And you fucking piece of shit have the gall, you losing, simpering fuck, to go to my capital. It is not yours anymore. You're a fucking traitor. And mock that shit as if it's even. There is a special kind of hell. I am not the religious sort. You're the religious sort. So I hope you go straight to the hell you believe in. And I hope someone stands on your fucking neck for eternity while you scream, "I can't breathe." That was bullshit. And despite how angry I am right now, I still didn't think the police should have tear gassed those people. So I know I am morally superior to you assholes, because all you wanted to do was to have people begging for their lives shot 6 months prior. I just wanted you to not get to the Capitol in the first place. I wanted, again, vainly, for fucking police to do their job.
Yeah, I too watched that video. I also watched the one of the lady being shot in the neck. I could not tell who fired the shot. Many people were armed, so I don't know. Perhaps they'll figure it out at some point. I don't think anyone died. But I know that very, very many of them were injured. At least as of my last checking, the one who was shot in the neck did not die, but maybe she did.
She died.
Okay.
I think it's the death toll is 3 now after last night, because they
is 3? Okay.
They did extricate them. The night shift took care of them. Which brings me to the fact that
5 people have died, in fact.
Which brings me to the fact that I believe that the reason they were allowed into the people's house was because they were allowed into the people's house. That our
like
if
the DoD denied the request for the National Guard, they did not prepare enough. They knew the crowd was going to be
they
there.
purposely
They knew
didn't.
what the crowd was going to do.
Yeah, they
And Capitol
purposely.
police officers kind of just let them in because they didn't have the manpower to do anything otherwise, right? Because they were understaffed by what was clearly going to happen. They just kind of let them in, which is poetic, isn't it? In a way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not over. And
no, and Trump said that it is not over. I don't know if you've seen his most recent video that he put out, something like...
No, he got kicked off of Twitter, so I thankfully haven't heard
Twitter.
from that piece of shit in like 12 hours. But
yeah, he posted it. I don't know if it's been taken off or not, but it was a conciliatory speech that he certainly didn't write, with the emptiest words I've heard in the world. But at the end, he did again have somewhat of a call to action. One last hurrah, right?
mm-hmm.
So yeah, obviously the fight's not over.
Yeah.
And I have to say, to the lead up to this, and this is probably the last I'll say on it, but you know, I've politically disagreed with Hillary Clinton for all of my adult life. Hawkish, pro-war, pro-censorship, anti-gay for the vast majority of her tenure until she discovered that it was more politically advantageous to swap. Basically a Republican with blue paint hastily covering her pantsuit. I voted for her in 2016 because I am an adult, and adults make hard choices when they are necessary. This person that I've politically disagreed with my whole life. And I had, at the time, I felt I had to protect America from a dangerous clown who was obviously planning on robbing it blind. And ruining it.
And he has.
And I voted for Biden in 2020 because there was no legible excuse not to. And, you know, again, I'm not going to ever let 2016 Trump voters off the hook because it was so obvious even then. But the 2020 ones are a different breed. They saw what happened. Their political decision making is so compromised. The rest of their life is now suspect, in my opinion. And they're not my friends. These are not just like, this isn't pineapple on pizza. Your politics aren't just your opinions, man. When it really hurts people, it is more than just an opinion.
See, I keep trying to figure out others. I mean, I remember when I worked for your grandpa, I sat across from that awful, awful woman. And she sent chain emails to the office saying Obama told the troops they needed to start pulling their own weight or something like that in his address that week or whatever. And she shared a chain email with the whole office. And I just like looked across my fucking cubicle and I'm like, he did not. No president in the entire history of the world, left, right, or center, would ever say that. That's why I don't even have to look up the manuscript,
right.
Which I am currently...
And when you click on that email, it turns out he gave a speech to 10,000 people, and he said something grand like, you know, we need to work a little harder. And there was like 2 military people in the crowd, and then the headline is he tells military people they need to work harder or something like that. It's the most disingenuous bullshit ever. But do look that stuff up, people. Even, and perhaps especially, if it agrees with how you feel.
Well, that was the thing, is like, I'm like, it was so absurd. I'm like, I know I don't even have to look this one up. I'm like, the ultimate irony being Trump, like, something I thought I'd never see is like a president shit on the military. Like, I never in my lifetime thought like any president openly talk smack about our military. And he managed to fucking do that.
It's so politically toxic to do so, right?
Yeah, it's a suicide.
Don't do it. Yeah, except not
Not
the
for
man
this
who
man.
has-
Like, it's fucking. Again, now I'm back to feeling like I'm taking crazy pills because I think there is. I still believe there is a difference between a Republican, a conservative, and a Trump supporter. You know, I don't know if I'm all the way on where you're at, where you're just, you know, you can just draw the line in the sand that harshly. I feel everything you're saying, but like I'm still trying to figure out other people. But there's so much blood on this guy's hands, and we are repeating Germany's history in the 20s right now. That is not hyperbole. You can the fucking police at the time stepped aside for their fucking insurgents too. Before the Third Reich came to power, as the Third Reich was coming to power. These fucking militant assholes are going to stick around in our political strata, and if we don't stand up to them, I'm talking to conservatives especially. You need to jettison them from your party. Like, I'm doing everything I can. Maybe it's because I'm a dirty, bleeding heart liberal. I think we can all get along just a little bit, and I'm still trying to look for the better side of fucking humanity here. Because if I don't, I will blow my goddamn brains out.
in a video game.
Yeah, that. But Jesus.
Yeah, people say that, you know, oh, that it's just the hysterical liberals, you know, crying wolf and calling everyone a Nazi and overreacting, and they do a lot of that. But
Oh no, they totally do. Yeah, yeah. Like the what is it? The
I mean, this one's pretty. I mean, it's like reading the checklist for if you're a psychopath, and then thinking about your friend and being like, oh, geez, this is checking a lot of boxes, isn't it? And it was from good people just kind of watching, because there's people who make things happen. People watch things happen. And so in that way, not voting is a little sus.
Scotland.
But I can understand not wanting to do it in the gigantic, awful two-party system we have. I think someone mentioned they had a grievance with the two-party system. I'm right there with you, buddy. I can talk about that for 2 hours. It's a horrible thing.
Yeah, ranked voting would have stopped Trump. He won he won the primaries with 11% of Republican support.
And somebody else mentioned local politics. Yes, indeed, local politics affect your life exponentially more than who the president has to be. And it gets much less press because, well,
of course it would. That's part of thought
the
control.
number of people that it affects is much smaller, right? And so it's local politics and not national.
But I just need to go back here real quick. Need to go back here real quick because Frank just dropped several thousands RDP, and he is saying, "Do not fuck with chat gang," and I love you all. I love you too, Frank, man. Yeah. Oh man.
Anyway, let's chat about AOS. Guess what? I got some hot takes about AOS.
So if you thought that take was like the the fucking two atoms colliding.
that was the neutron star fast flickering ultra omega hot take.
I do
with 100 bits, or I'm not sure what your bits are called.
They're bits or bits.
All right.
Biddies. I often call them biddies. I think. Thanks for the biddies. But
yes,
by all means.
What do you think of the squatting of Legion of Asgore?
Ooh, see, we're gonna go from. So if I haven't lost all of chat yet, we're gonna go from.
We've actually increased in chat.
Well,
the lie that if you go slightly political, half of your audience disappears is actually false. You'll gain a little bit depending.
I have never hidden my dirty. Go ahead.
Depends on how correct you are, really. But a lot of people are kind of sick of spineless cowards avoiding politics at all costs because they're afraid they'll lose dollars from it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, even though it's over the internet, they kind of respect that. A lot of people are like, "Book this guy, liberal scum."
I've
I'm out of here.
I've
Like,
never.
okay, well, you can go watch Ark. Oh wait, his channel's deleted. Get fucked, idiot.
uh,
Anyway, so right,
Not
leaving
like
that
this.
aside.
First of all, like, oh man, like I don't want to relish in the demise of people. I don't want to be that guy. But you
No, no, no.
can't help but
It's
feel like that was
just like the
karmically.
competition versus casual in AOS. Just like that. It's fun to compete and it's fun to win. It's okay to find enjoyment in overcoming some opponent or winning the game or improving, right?
Yeah. Fist bump, Heywoah, two-party dictatorship. um, uh,
Yeah, and breaking that up, there's a path to it, but it is very
when
treacherous.
yeah,
And
when
you have to deal with what you have now as you move towards it. Just like evolution.
yeah.
Just like climbing Mount Improbable, right? It's it's gradual successive change over time. And then every once in a while you get you know, a jump or a skip or something like that, but you know, you
Art.
can't climb a sheer cliff face. You can
Yeah.
start building stairs though.
No.
And
And
it's uncomfortable to do so and be told to wait. I get it. But um
I
yeah,
think
the system I understand.
yeah, the system sucks. Um,
Don't forget that the parties are an economy. It's business. Don't forget that.
yeah. No, I mean the thing is that can all be true. And you can
Evolution.
still have a worst case scenario, like science believes in degrees of magnitude. Um, and like you don't want the highest degree of magnitude towards the shittiest possible outcome, right? Yeah.
Right, right. Sometimes on the road to the top of the mountain, you go over a little hill, right? And it seems like you're going down, but it's actually the fastest route to the top, right?
Mhm.
Sometimes you just fucked up.
Well, and
And
I
you're
do.
intending on going the right way and you're going down and you just messed up. So like, I guess my overall message is think a little bit more, please.
Yeah. And and then just kind of rounding this out is I I've never hidden what I believe. I think I'm pretty open to that, and I tend to be open to discussion, especially with people to the contrary of what I believe. But I just I don't see the halfway point between fucking thinking murdering people and the death toll, the preventable death toll. like is there's not a middle ground on these things, folks. Like I don't know. It fucking ugh, ugh. And I think it speaks volumes to a person's character in terms of our content creation thing if you don't say something about things as overt and bad as this.
Yeah, and that's why I struggled with this a little bit. To let you in on the meat grinder chat, you might appreciate this. Shop talk of the Twitch and YouTube content creators. I was considering making this a video and putting it up on my channel, right? Um, but this is called RantCast, and it's a good place for it. I mean, Meph is like the talk show host of AOS, right? He has people on, they pimp their most recent shit, they drop some hot takes, they get tossed layups, for a
Easy questions like, hey,
joke or a anecdote or something like that. But it was also, I felt, perhaps a little unfair of me to drive into Meph's house with a dump truck and just unload like a political time bomb and be like, "There you go, buddy. Deal with that one. I'll just go over here to my sanitary YouTube station and keep talking about why you should play Beast Claw Raiders or whatever the fuck."
I can't wait for the
And
comment section on this one. I fucking can't wait. I'm like, I've got this
so
this
in a sense, I
Suntory.
felt it could be unfair to you to do that.
I've got this Suntory, this fine Suntory whiskey for Christmas. I'm gonna put that in one of my
Japanese
skull.
whiskey. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
I've got a skull
That's the good
snifter,
stuff.
like I've got a skull like a tumbler. I'm gonna put this in my skull tumbler, because OBR. And I'm just gonna like sip it and read these fucking comments. I can't wait. But
Yeah,
we did.
because my content is just, I mean, it's apolitical actually, right? Like it really doesn't have anything to do with politics. It's about why you should play with army men in a particular game. And I think if people cared to, they could discover a lot of my politics from watching my stuff, because there are also politics within the factions and stuff, and I have my little takes on them and things like that.
Well, I mean that's
So I suppose they maybe could if they really gave a shit to or something. But
on Twitter. You've been pretty overt too, though.
yeah, on Twitter I've been
I
pretty
mean,
overt.
you're pretty straightforward. You keep it out your show, but you don't hide it. I mean, there's a
Yeah, I'm
little
not.
bit of a
The
difference.
point is, like, I'm not about hiding it, but it seems weird to just release it.
It would be weird to like shoehorn it into like, so I was playing. You should play Beast Car Raiders, and here's a bunch of math, but like also
Right.
fuck Trump. Like,
Yeah, but it would also be weird when the last 5 shows were like, this is why you should play 3 different armies, and look at these stream highlights where I'm answering people's questions, and then the next video is like a 3-minute deadpan of me staring at the camera and being like, fuck you, So that'd just be out of nowhere and it'd be super weird, right?
right.
And so talking about having done it in my next show is my compromise, and you as chat, I'll let you be the judge if that's fair or not.
All right.
But yeah, the next stream highlight or something, I'll be like, I was on Mephisto and you guys should check it out.
There you go.
And if you like if you like owning the fucking libs, you'll really like it. You should really like it. If you're sick of the cancel culture bullshit, everybody's a Nazi, like if you're sick of being the most victimized demographic ever as a white man, like if you're so sick of that shit, definitely watch it, because I go to town on those lib cucks, dude. You'll love it. You'll love it.
Like, comment, subscribe, please. I don't want to pass over Soren here, because we're gonna move from that hot take to an even hotter take. What do you think of Chorfs? Right, there's a Legion. Are they squatting? What do you think of the squatting of Legion of Asgore?
Well, to get my thoughts on anything, I like to think about context, and then I look at the history. These are important. These are 2 important things to do when you're addressing a question or new information. And yeah, this applies to AOS as well as politics. When you're given new pieces of information, you're like, okay, well, what's the context and what's the history surrounding this? Those are 2 important questions to ask. Chorfs, most of them have gone out of sale now, and I think, have they announced that it's getting squatted, or is it still just a rumor?
Have they, like, is it an official announcement? Because last I heard it was just a rumor.
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
the way some of the chats are going off with people who are more in the know, they make it sound like, yeah, it's done.
yeah,
I
so
didn't
here's what
catch.
you say it's definitely happening to pretend you're in the know, and then it looks like you knew something.
Yeah, Vince's show I missed, and he had his own spicy take on Forge World. He said he was just watching the thumbs down comments, or the thumbs down in real time happen when he dropped his hot take. He's like, I could see them in real time, just like just thumbs down, thumbs down, thumbs down.
Vince is, if nothing else, a reasonable man, so I probably agree with whatever it is that his opinion was. But for me, Forge World itself is trash. It's trash. As it pertains to AOS. It seems to have some neat 40k stuff, I guess. It seems to have some cool Primarchs and 30k. That's nice. But my experience with Forge World, and this is a person who came to AOS when they got their first GHB, never played Fantasy. I don't have that mind-numbing nostalgia that so many seem to, where they think shit like the old man crusher or the old man eater sculpts look good, or such and such dragon hasn't has aged well or something. Yeah, all right, dude. Okay, dude. Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff, right? I can objectively look at it, right? And so to me, Forge World was always that sister company strange thing where I'm like, why? I was confused by it. I didn't understand what Forge World was. I'm like, this is a place that Games Workshop, I think, owns, and it produces models for AOS that have bad sculpts, and it's in resin instead of plastic, which is bad. And then it's filled with rules that are bad. And so why is this here? This must be a remnant of they
Does.
simply forgot to flush down the toilet during the end times. And hey, this is them jiggling the handle. All right. They didn't sell 2 pieces of that Doom Train artillery thing for Chorfs in the past 5 years or something because the mold broke and they didn't want to fix it. Why didn't they want to fix it? Because nobody bought the shit because it was way too expensive. And then a third mold broke and they stopped selling that one. Bro, you gotta let go. Also, to keep the imagery going, you also, Games Workshop, have to shit or get off the pot. You shit can this stuff fully, like a clean snap, right? Or you make a new Legion of Asgore with new sculpts in Games Workshop in plastic, put it in the world, everybody rejoices. You get to you get to have the sculptor that did Catacross, Sigvald, and the Slanesh Palanquin do the Doom Train artillery.
Yes.
Can you imagine it?
Yes. Do that.
You know, 1,000 AOS Coomers have just blown worldwide, like thinking about that, right? So, yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Or, or just shit can the whole like AOS Forge World thing. It's just a 40K, 30K thing now. That's it. It does Blood Bowl 2 or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
it does their star players. They're fine.
The stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it's like Agent Smith. That was your time. Your time is over. Now it is our time, right? It's over.
Like
Good riddance to the overpriced resin bullshit, bad sculpts, bad rules that were hardly supported nonsense that is Forge World. And somebody asked me about it on stream, and I'm like, I don't even know how this happened. How could it happen? How did Forge World happen? Because today, when I jumped into it, when I parachuted in to the game out of nowhere, I landed and looked around, and I'm like, what the fuck is this Forge World thing? This makes no sense, right?
Yeah.
But it's probably like, and I think I was playing EverQuest or something. I likened it to that nerve in a giraffe's neck. There's a nerve, I think it comes from the stomach, and it goes all the way up the giraffe's entire neck, and it hooks around, I think, part of their jawbone. And then it goes all the way back down and connects to some other organ. And you'd think if you just created a giraffe, I mean, the nerve would just go 3 inches to the left there and got it, right? But when the giraffe didn't have such a long neck before it evolved such a thing, it wasn't a big deal that this nerve was hooked around its jaw because it didn't really, the neck was a normal neck. So it only wasted like a foot. It was kind of an accident. And then every time its neck evolved longer, the nerve was stretched slightly because it was easier to stretch the nerve 1 centimeter than it was to like reroute it, So gradual incremental change, much like what I was talking about politically, right? Except flipped because this is a bad thing. And now we have giraffes with 10-foot tall necks and 20-foot long nerves that should be 3 inches long. And that's Forge World. When I landed it, I looked at it and I'm like, this is trash. But it probably got that way through slow, incremental, easy changes,
Right. I think it was I think it evolved out of the metal era. They were set up to be a premium version. They're selling you stuff at a premium price, and what they were compared to at the time, like the metal slabs and kind of crappy old Games Workshop plastic, old Games Workshop like Citadel shit. They were set up as this premium thing, and at the time, yeah, but like AOS evolved the game. They got not just AOS, but even 40K now with like Primaris Marines and some of the
Well,
crazy
yeah, I
shit
mean,
they're doing.
their main game stuff now looks better than all Forge World stuff.
Right,
without
and
exception,
Forge
right?
World
So
is still
it's a
maintaining like Warhammer has become the premium product. Like
right,
Warhammer
right.
is the premium product now,
Let me,
and so like having
let me
this
remind
separate. What's that?
let me remind the chat: the Rogue Idol is a Forge World sculpt, right? The
This
the
might
bundle
as well
of
be styrofoam.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to go back to
Forge
something.
World used to be
Go
a
ahead.
higher quality product, but it isn't anymore. And people used to shuck corn. It used to be a job before John Deere took over.
Yeah.
Is it a sad thing that nobody shucks corn anymore? Perhaps, in a nostalgically philosophical sense, but not really. Let it go. Some jobs are bad, and it's okay when those bad jobs die. Move on.
Zerg up here earlier on says I double dare GW to squat Chaos Dwarves without replacing them with a proper new Chorf release. I'll swim over the aisle and steal them fucking molds.
Yeah.
The thing is like with the
Ooh,
Chorf fandom,
tinfoil
like
hat. Get ready. All right.
yeah.
They're gonna squat them, and they're not gonna make any chorfs in Warhammer, right?
See,
In actual
I
in real
want
game.
AOSified
But,
Chorfs. I do
but
personally.
what
But
they
go on.
will do is release the 3D models of them so that you can 3D print them,
Okay, there you go.
and you can buy that. That's the compromise.
That's
Here you go, buddy.
well, maybe I mean, hey, there's an idea for the future for Forge World. Make it your 3D print shop.
Yeah, exactly. That's a forward thinking, like proper.
Make Forge World like it's the Forge, man. You go
Yeah,
there. Imagine them selling
Forge,
you schematics for your personal Forge. Like that's
right. It's just, I mean, it flips between the boutique miniatures to the super cheapo garbo 3D printed ones, but it's already trash, so who cares?
well, I mean, you can
Might as
get
well
some
be
pretty
forward.
good detailed 3D like selling people. They're not the CAD file.
You
I
can,
don't
you
remember
got to
what they're
sand them
called.
down a little bit, but you can't, like, some people have really good 3D printers now, so it's
Yeah,
within the possibility. And if at a certain point, it'll become
STL. There it is.
maybe indistinguishable. I can't see it being better than a legit fucking sculpt file, but
No,
it can
no,
be pretty close,
right?
close enough for tabletop ready, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Plenty of terrain already is.
Flip it. You boom, flip it. Like just turn it into like the STL factory. That's your future Forge World. Um, and provide some print to order stuff like for your Blood Bowl Star Heroes and some of the cool Horus Heresy shit, like the things that keeps Forge World around at all. Because providing stuff for their main two lines of games just simply isn't a feasible reality anymore. And I think that would be yeah, but like people will do it.
Imagine folk 3D printing those huge ass 40K Titans. Yeah.
People will do it. They comes in
The only
like
thing harder to imagine would be anyone actually paying for one.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I should say, not to be unfair, in my rant against Chaos Dwarves and Forge World, I will point out that Chorfs are actually sick, and the idea of an artillery doom train is fucking sweet.
Yeah.
So
No,
don't think that I'm shitting on the faction itself. I'm shitting on everything else around it.
no, my take.
And the
Go ahead.
faction, because a lot of them do look fucking dumb and old.
Well, I actually Grim had a Geometrica blast earlier. He said like they already took your hats. Like there's if you want to play Chorfs, go play Geometrica or whatever. like no, I think Chorfs. I was talking just kind of in one of my like random hobby streams the other day, like coffee minis and meth hangout type thing.
That sounds comfy AF.
Yeah, it was cozy. I had some chill hop beats going in the background. I painted some put together some minis, and like I think Chorfs are kind of like already AOS-y, and so they would be perfect to go further AOS-y. Furthermore, I want to see that third dwarf faction.
Yeah, they don't need to be very AOSified,
They're kind of
honestly.
already there.
Yeah,
Just
they're
make them.
crazy, like they're crazy Russian fire demon blood mage dwarves
Mhm.
with trains that are artillery and flaming servants and giant bull centaur and stuff. They're pretty AOSified as it is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, just give them some awesome new sculpts, support them officially. There you go. You want your other army. We're trying to get, I feels like we're pushing for
Yeah,
30
and
armies.
give them shins so they're like 5 feet tall, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, there you go. But like, I mean, yeah, like the disciples of what's his name? Not Ignax, Volcatrix or something like that. Like, just you can easily like Axie is ready for these dwarves, right? Like, and Axie is already kind of the feature realm. Like, it's got half the cities of Sigmar and actually practically there's 3 or 4 of them there. Like you can easily put that force there, and then you can have like the little splinter version of them for Ulgu or whatever. These are the ones that after Volcatrix was smote, they went to Ulgu and did shit. Like the lore writes itself. It's easy. The world is big. It's a big blank canvas, and the premise for the army, like doom trains that are carried by bulls that shoot fucking elementals. Like, yeah, let's go.
Yes, I'm wafting Doom Train towards my face. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want huge fucking cannons and a living demon steam engine with a face that's a gun.
All right.
Did someone say elemental? Oh boy.
I know someone said elementals. Ulgu dwarfs make flashless powder for their boom boom. There you go. Like, there's so much cool shit. Like, I want to
They got
see.
like silencers and shit.
Yeah, well, like LRL. I think LRL has done something that other armies haven't really fully embraced yet. LRL lives within the realms, whether you love it or hate it. Like, they really do
Oh yeah, yeah.
feel
Hmm.
like they live within the mortal realms. And most of the other factions, like I fucking love my Ossiarch Bone Reapers. I still don't know what the fuck Shyish is. Like I have some really cool narrative stories, and I've like, some great fluff and flavor. But like, there's nothing where you're like, oh yeah, that fucking model's from Shyish. There's, beyond it being dead, like shade. They talk about shade glass. Like, where the fuck are my shade glass things? Why am I not wielding a shade glass sword? Or, like there's things like that where like we've got these AOS factions. I guess you could say
Oh
KO
no,
a little
I'm
bit. Go ahead.
I'm a huge role player. I've loved Shyish forever. I'm one of the originals.
Yeah.
Um, I always had an ethereal cape on one of my cross lords. As you can see, I know all there is to know about Shyish, and have always been deeply interested in their lore.
Yeah. Forge World should get on that shade glass. Chat gang, how's it going, Rocco? Yo boy, showing up in chat gang there. Yeah, I like that LRL. Whether you love it or you hate it, they look like they actually like inhabit the mortal realms. This is a direction, and Age of Sigmar is going to go this way. We're still 20 years of the world that was 40k. What 86 is when Warhammer 40k I think came out initially.
That seems pretty close to right. I mean,
Yeah,
Rogue Trader, I think, was a little before that,
Rogue Trader was first. Yeah.
and that had all sorts of stuff. But yeah, it's also the point, like, when Warhammer Fantasy got maps and stuff, it was just Europe,
Yes.
right? Like, don't forget that they co-opted a bunch of like landmass and rivalries and stuff from that as well. So they were kind of building off of other things that were there too.
Yeah.
And AOS is brand new, actually, right? And I think they've made great progress very quickly. In fact,
Fantastically. Yeah, I agree.
especially if you count Soulbound, and then my next, whenever third edition comes out, when I do the welcome to AOS and all the new people coming in here, I'm gonna like specifically mention Soulbound as well. From like read the core book, read Soulbound. It really sets up the setting.
Yeah.
That's really
Well,
important.
and I know like
And
people.
I'm gonna point people to the FAQs like always. Isn't it if they would ever fucking release them, it's January 7th. But, you know, I've historically always said I will wait as long as the quality's there. I'll do that for video games. I'll do that for books and movies. I'll do that for FAQs. I'll do that for battle tomes. I'll do that for editions. I'm one of those people, totally willing to wait as long as something doesn't feel rushed when it arrives.
Yeah, Cyberpunk fucking 2077. God damn it! Why couldn't you? Sorry.
That was a layup. Directly
Yeah, just fucking just finish the thing. Finish your fucking thing. I will wait. Doesn't matter.
If at all possible, I would prefer it if you finished the thing while paying your workers and like not basically chaining them to their keyboards working 75 hours a week for 6 weeks in a row. You know, if you treat them like human beings, then I'll feel even better about like getting it. I would call out Cyberpunk a lot more if that wasn't literally industry standard, though, across the board. So,
the big difference is like, well, it's not the big difference, but they were the fan favorites because they like their PR was very good at shitting on.
Their PR was very good.
At shitting on like crunch and
everything else they're doing is shitty and normal.
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure which one is sadder,
but it shouldn't be the norm. Like that.
Amazon, yep.
but it
2022. Just saying, yes. Bueno.
I've been training my whole life for this.
Training my whole life for this. I have not been training my body my whole life for this, but I have been training my mind. Demons are stronger than people anyway. It doesn't matter if you train your body. It's about what you know.
A man of fine taste.
A fine taste.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so yeah, LRL and I gave us a decent sort of segue there into LRL. So like year in review, LRL came out kind of what was that? April-ish? I think it was about April. And because it was just crickets. Like, congratulations, you're in quarantine. Nothing.
Yeah, and then the bigs were the other.
And
I think, unless I'm mistaken, it was the bigs and LRL.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
The impression LRL had probably 3 more sculpts or something that they were intending on releasing with it, but they decided to wait.
Which is why the teaser we got features some obvious LRL models. Yeah.
In my talks with Martin Orlando on LRL strategy and list building and stuff like that, he was like, it feels like there's like 2 units just like missing from this. I know it seems like a pretty complete army when you're not like playing it 50 times, but I am, and there's just something missing. And I'm like, okay. And then like we see the preview, aha. It was Martin balancing on a stone, attaining total consciousness and seeing the future through play.
Yeah, yeah. No, the wait was. I feel bad for them. It was so obvious they were supposed to have their army ahead of time. Someone like I was agonizing waiting for Ossiarch Bone Reapers, and they were released on time, and it still felt fucking late, right? Like, I think Indominus is partially to blame for all of it. It wasn't just quarantine. They undershot their numbers on Indominus, and it pushed everything back in their production because they had to catch up because they were just essentially money was just being burnt every time. Or for every second that it said out of stock, there's just money burning that they should have had in their coffers.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. With Soren with a good question here. I'm not sure if I'm going to magnetize the heads of my stone horns or be able to use them both ways. Or just magnetize the riders to make sure I can field 3 Frost Lords or a Eurobad. Any thoughts on that, Heywoah? Well,
I'm going to let you field this, and while I take a quick step away. So if you're playing the AOS RantCast drinking game, have yourself a drink. I'll be right back.
Do you guys drink when he leaves? Is that the game? Is that a game here in this Twitch chat? Do you know that drinking isn't terrifically healthy? I gotta waggle my finger at you. Anyway, so I have I will barrage you with a all right, I'm going to shoot buckshot opinions at you, and whatever hits, take it to heart, right? So, first of all, the Stonehorn and the Thundertusk are different creatures, different species, different, I mean, probably different family, probably even different family or genus at least, right? So, you can't just swap their heads. They're different creatures. They're from different worlds, you know. You got to paint them differently. You got to treat them differently. They're distinct. They matter. So don't magnetize the heads. Do magnetize the riders, no question. Because maybe you want a Huskard on whatever the mount creature is. Maybe you want a Frostlord on whatever the mount creature is. And that'll change. Even if your list is fairly static, that can change pretty easily from one game to another. Even sometimes you want beast riders, maybe, but typically just with the Stonehorns, not usually with the Thundertusks. However, for the prudent and those that are thinking about almost no downside, saving some money, because why not? It's so easy. Just magnetize the heads. Fuck the role playing of it. All your beasts are probably going to be like bluish white or something with snow on them anyway, right? Who cares? It's very interchangeable. So magnetize the heads, and when when Gordrak Marathi book comes out and there's new war scrolls for Thundertusks and them shits ain't trash anymore, 500 IQ Galaxy Brain with Soren who magnetize the heads are going to be like, I'll take that one off, boom, 2K army back up and running, and it's better, and I got Thundertusks. Get owned, Heywoah. So those are the two opinions I'm throwing at you. Why do Stonehorns have hoof attacks, but Thundertusks don't? That's a great question. Because the War Scrolls were written very poorly in a rush, clearly, and they didn't care to spend a proper amount of time on our battle tome, and it was only through a complete accident that there's two lists that are remotely decent in the whole fucking thing.
I promise
Now,
you, part of the reason OBR
don't call the book lazy, because the designers will get mad at you on Twitter. So you just have, when you say the book feels lazy, make sure you let people know that you're talking about the feeling you're getting of the rules in it. It feels rushed, right? Not that the designers of the game personally themselves are lazy, which is obviously not true. It couldn't be what someone reasonable would be implying, because the reason that the book feels lazy or rushed is probably because it was rushed. And those people have no control over the release schedule or when they're told from above when the book is done. And when the book is done is probably a statement and not a question. So keep that in mind as well.
people asking about the unofficial RantCast drinking game. I don't even remember all the rules.
I was talking to chat about it.
Yeah, this is something chat gang came up. Whenever I mention OBR, do I have to specifically say OBR or Ossiarch Bone Reapers, or just reference them? Like, I think I have to say OBR, right? I think that's the rule. You take a drink. Rabbit.
Speaking of, we had a tier list of the shorthand names for armies. OBR S tier.
Yes. Ooh, nice. When did you? I'm assuming you did this on one of your live shows. That you
Yeah.
your Monday at 6 p.m. Central, I believe it is. Check it out. You get Heywoah Unleashed.
I get Heywoah. Yeah, Monday is Heywoah Q&A. I try to answer almost every single question, and most people are doing hobby stuff or painting or whatever, and we talk about the news at the beginning. It's like it's a full-on AOS show. Wednesday is video games, but still mostly a lot of AOS. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's like dad games and classic WoW, EverQuest, EQMU, No
Have
Man's
you
Sky.
have you
That
subjected your
thing to have on the screen while you're talking about AOS, for the most part.
have you subjected your fan base to dancing all night yet?
No, I haven't. I probably shouldn't because
You can't concentrate on chat when you're playing it.
yeah, unfortunately, I can't. I'm bad at multitasking, just as a rule,
Same.
as a person. I mean, this is a flaw, and I'm aware of it. I am awful at multitasking. This is why I don't text and drive, and it's why I don't stream Persona 4 Dancing All Night. Because if I glance over at chat for 1 millisecond, I will fail the song immediately. And I'm king fucking crazy at that game.
Yeah, there you go.
And another reason I don't stream that game is because chat would be so blown away by the unbelievable skill I have at the game that they would probably not consider playing any other games again in despair that they could never be as good as me in some other game that they don't care about or wouldn't play. And I haven't plugged my PS4 into my monitor yet.
So
don't care to.
So what you're saying is when you retire from Age of Sigmar content creation and ride a snowmobile off into the Alaskan wilderness, you'll become a you'll become a dancing all night pro or whatever. Like that's what you'll do.
I'm just saying, if they ever come out with a PC version of Dancing All Night, y'all better watch yourselves. Daddy's back.
I know many of them. Also,
Play Parappa the Rappa. Oof, no thanks. No thanks. I remember that.
It was Space Channel 8 or whatever. That one wasn't too bad.
Space Channel 9.
I don't.
Think? The one on Dreamcast that stole the likeness of a Mexican celebrity's entire getup, and she sued and won, and then the game was like taken down.
I have a copy of it.
Yep. No, Space Channel 5. It's got to be
5.
Space Channel 5.
Space Channel 5. Yeah. Okay.
There's some number at the end of it. That game is so fucking bad. I tried to play it. It's so bad.
You rapping awful. Doesn't stop anyone from doing it. And trying to remember.
Do you think Dancing All Night can bloom on the battlefield? I don't know. Dancing has changed.
I like that. I made a Metal Gear Solid reference, and then it came full circle. Dancing has changed.
Dancing never changes.
Yeah. So LRL here. Well, just as like a sort of a retrospective now that, just sort of a retrospective here. What's your read on LRL? I obviously neither of us has gotten to see him on the table too much. I've seen some TTS stuff. I've got a show with Tyler Emerson coming up at the end of the month, beginning of next month. We'll do a sort of a more in-depth show on Lumineth Realm Lords then, but just as a retrospective, what was your read on them when they came out? How'd you feel about them? It's a new army in AOS, cows, yada yada yada. What was your, now that you have hindsight?
Yeah, now that I have hind D sight. What was my take on them when they came out, you mean?
No,
We're
just
talking rules.
like, yeah, I mean rules, aesthetics, just the total package. Put it all together. Like, what do you think about LRL as a, hey, this came out in 2020. What do we think about it?
So, any skateboarders in chat?
Possibly.
Any of the skateboarders in chat aware of the Leap of Faith? The famous gap staircase that no longer exists at some college in California.
I think you need to describe what the Leap of Faith is.
It. What?
Yeah, I think you got to describe it for those that don't know.
It's like a triple stair with a railing that you can roll your skateboard up and then jump over the railing, and then it's just like a straight fucking 20-foot drop into flat cement. and this was like a legendary local spot that skaters would try to land this drop, and it famously, like, nobody did it. Everyone who tried basically broke both their legs, and the skateboard exploded underneath them, and it was just all the time. Like, you were sort of a legend if you came out of it without breaking your legs but still failing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was this thing. And maybe I'm dreaming this, but there was one guy who who tried it, and he got the absolute most speed, which is correct because physics. The faster you're going, technically the longer distance the landing takes, right? And so that momentum can absorb some of the impact.
This is
And so
how
the
this is
faster
how
you're going,
some
the better.
parachuters. Yeah, this is how some parachuters can survive when their parachute doesn't open. Is because if they hit it, like they hit like at an angle, or like water actually screws you up the hardest because you're not. But
Right. And
so
this is why if you land from a big fall and you bounce,
and
you are dead.
roll. Oh
If
yeah,
you roll, you are not.
right.
And if you slide, you are not. But
Right.
if you bounce, that means all of your energy exactly reversed and you're fucking dead.
Yeah.
So, but if it moves in a direction like a slope or anything like that, um you're dispersing the energy. Um so one guy, he went real fast. He was famous for doing big ledges and big stairs, and 20 stairs and 22 stairs, and he had long legs, which means, you know,
They
when your
become
legs
springs.
when your legs bent, it actually took longer, and the physics and everything. So he did, and he like landed on it, and like clearly he broke his leg, but he stayed on the skateboard, and you could see his face just like his shit got broke big time, but he did not like fall off, and he was just like rolling away, like quivering in pain, and his like foot was just kind of moving around on top of the skateboard, but he fucking landed it, dude. That's Lumineth Realm Lords. They absolutely nailed it, but you could definitely tell that they busted the shit out of their leg, and their skateboard shoes just kind of flopping around on top of the skateboard. But god damn it, they didn't bail, dude.
I love this metaphor. It was worth the build up to get there.
Yeah, and so all their models look 10 out of 10 fucking amazing, and then have one thing that's preposterously dumb and ruins everything. Right. That's
Go
mostly
too
the
far. Go too
aesthetics.
far.
That's mostly the aesthetics of LRL. It does go too far. It doesn't quite ruin everything. But like, it was so close to
Yeah.
like being really not controversial, beloved by everyone, and respected by
I
those who elves wasn't their thing, but good work, dude.
disagree. I
Uh,
disagree. I don't think elves will ever be that. Too many people hate elves, and too many elf players want specifically their elves. They want
right, that's
they.
true. But
But
there's so many people. How many people have you heard when talking about Nurgle that that's not my jam? I don't like that gross shit, but goddamn, the Guo nailed it. It's perfect,
yeah,
like that's kind of like that. I mean, there's always going to be people who are elves, or I don't like elves because whatever. You're always going to have that fringe, but um, yeah, they were so close to everything being so on point. The clean landing rolled away. No foot touching the ground, kind of rolling off the skateboard and then going back on. The landing was not sketch, in other words, for the terminology in chat.
yeah, skateboarding.
No sketch landing, just par par nar nar.
Um,
Anyway, yeah. So this is the hats on the Hammermen. This is the Techless model. Techless himself, every single thing about him. If you cut him out, Sphinx real good though. This is the huge, fucking awesome Hammer Chad mountain guys with the skipped leg day legs and the small bases. This is half of the heroes' whack ass poses and shit like that. Yeah, they're approaching 10, and then something happened. Something bad happened.
Mm.
As far as rules are concerned, they're pretty good. They're strong. They're strong, but kind of missing something. They're not oppressive or OP or anything like that. They have strong rules and strong defense and good offense, and they're slow as fuck. And their magic phase is pretty good, and they have to choose between a gigantic point sink uh, wizard central thing so that they don't have enough guys, or some kind of shitty heroes, and they still kind of don't have enough guys.
Well, the low wounds is, I think this is a really good throttle mechanism to how oppressive that
Yeah.
army could be.
Mhm.
I think this is a case of they're a really cool, like, sort of they're Maverick, man. Like they're like when the game was speeding up, when Legacy was speeding up like super hard, and then like suddenly people started like bringing out mid-range tech, and they're like, wait, if you can delay the early game into the mid game, you can just like fucking stomp dudes.
Yeah,
They feel
exactly. Where it's like, oh man, mono red, 1/1s for one with haste and shit. The deck is so strong right now. Well, what if I play Tarmogoyfs and stuff, and I'm just a little bit bigger, and I get a little bit more value out of my stuff, and then I run a disruption package to, instead of totally outrace combo, I try to disrupt it a little bit, and then my guys, you know, my opponent tops out at some like 4/4 aggro creature, but I top out at Knight of the Reliquary, right?
yeah,
So get owned, and I got Umezawa's Jite, and I just beat the aggro.
yeah.
But then I still have Thought Seizes, I still have Kasai Pride Mages and stuff. I still have white in the sideboard. I can hang with combo as long as it's not too quick. And that's the concept of the mid range, where you outvalue and outmuscle the super fast aggro, but you still have enough
Yeah.
disruption to deal with combo, and you have big fucking closers so that you don't give combo too long to get on its feet, because you're just going to come in there for 9 twice with another Reliquary in turn 4.
Yeah, I think I stumbled on accidentally a good parallel, a good translation there. They really are like, because you're gonna get punched in the face early when you're playing Maverick, right? Like you're gonna watch your life total go down early, but then you're gonna stabilize. They do that. As an army, you don't want to rush into turn one because you'll just get like punched into the face. You kind of like end up stabilizing and then taking over and playing the board with just enough disruption.
Yeah, and before what I mentioned, it's very Maverick, or it's very matchup dependent. Don't just skim over that point chat. That was very deliberate. Grim Slacker has it correct. Um, LRL is going to find itself playing against some matchups where it just gets wiggity washed. Like, it's fucking washed.
OBR has
And
that problem too.
and there's not, like, in those particular matchups, there ain't a lot they can do about it, actually.
Right.
So it is a very rock paper scissors kind of matchup. And I was talking to a Maw Tribes player who's playing the Gutbuster half of Maw Tribes, and he's like, "Man, I just can't deal with this LRL list. Like, it's so. Do you have any advice, Heywoah, about tactics?" I'm like, "All right, well, what's your list? What's your friends list?" And he's like on full Gutbusters half versus an excellent Lumineth army with lots of
Well, the wardens are just gonna like.
and his Gutbuster, he's trying to do the cannon thing, except he's getting outdropped by Lumineth that have better shooting, and so he's basically fucked. Like, well, I had to let him down easy. I'm like, bro, I'm sorry, but sometimes you eat the bar, and sometimes the bar, well, he eats you.
Yeah, yeah.
And this Lumineth Realm Lords list is the bar.
um, Making sure I didn't miss anything here. Kyleonis said something earlier. I think his wife's take about elves: no dragons, not my elves. Just like walk away. That's how I. That's a little bit how I
Like,
feel.
I make fun of that. I'm like, elves, right? But also they're right. So don't, just because you make fun of something doesn't mean you disagree. Sometimes it's endearing.
Right? Yeah. Sometimes you make fun of the thing, and it comes from a place of endearment. In fact, that's pretty much my entire mo. Is the things I'm making fun of are I'm just making fun of me. Like, Maverick.
Great
Yeah,
counterplay. Good counterplay, Van. My counterplay is I tactically ask my opponent to play something else.
yeah. I mean, in a casual setting, or not, I don't want to say casual. In a one-on-one sort of.
That's fine. It's not the bad word casual. It's the actual word casual. It's not the co-opted casual that's an insult, right? It's the legitimate casual, as in a friendly game, in other words.
Yeah,
Which
just
doesn't have to mean nobody's trying and everyone's
yeah.
just making gun noises with their stuff, and right.
I mean the
Before you
opposite of
play a
in a
game,
tournament setting. Like
yeah, exactly. It's the different. Yeah, it's the casual setting as opposed to the tournament setting, not the casual setting as
you
opposed to
don't
an
care
adult
about
setting or
winning.
something like
You're
that.
bad at the game. That's not what I mean by
Yeah,
casual.
yeah.
No, in the casual setting,
But
like
it's just like Commander. It's like EDH. Do you
yes,
just play a game of EDH out of the blue with somebody? No, you're like, oh hey, let's play Commander. All right. So are you like competitive Commander, or and then they're like, oh okay, let's play this kind of one. Here's my general. Oh okay, cool. And then you go. It's the same thing in AOS. It's part of the starting thing.
yeah,
You could legitimately say, um, hey, do you have like a different army because there's literally no way I can
yeah.
beat
No, I
them
can.
at Realm Lords.
Right.
I'm not even joking. Like it would be you easily destroying me for like an hour and 45 minutes, and I'd rather just, you know, it's not that you're playing a toxic list. Don't misunderstand me. It's just that specifically I can never beat that
Right.
right there.
Right. Play it.
No insult intended, right?
Yeah, play it a few times to get comfortable against it, because you'd be surprised what you can do when you're comfortable against something and they get on their back foot or they're tilting or whatever it is. So I'd never shy away from a hard beat down. By the way, like this is advice competitively. If something beats you, and it beats you in every direction, play every one of those directions so that you know it. Because sometimes like there's a little bit of a, sometimes you can use your opponent's confidence against them. Sometimes you can do some stuff. A competent enough opponent, you can rack it, see just long enough. Like, okay, they are competent enough in this matchup, then you walk away. Not every opponent's going to be that though. So I recommend you don't give up before you've deployed. Play that to find out, but at a certain point in a casual setting, be like, yo, I can't beat this army, right? Or can you bring something else? So I don't want to encourage cowardice and never having you play against your hard beatdown. When you play against your hard beatdown, that's when you get to play wild. That's when you get to go off script. That's when you get to do the crazy shit. And
Yeah, that's where you get to push all the chips into the center. I'm all in.
yeah, and you discover something about
I'm
yourself.
winning that turn 2 double, or I'm dead because normally I'm dead.
Yeah,
So let's fucking go.
yeah. You play a different game then, and it's
Yeah, but
important to kind of learn your
it
threshold on that.
doesn't. It's not always like, oh, I just don't want to lose. It's cowardly. Like it could be, or it might not be. It really depends on the situation, and it depends on the person playing it too. Like if I'm playing against Christian Ware and he's on his Fire Slayers and I'm on Beast Claw, truly I can't beat that.
Hmm.
Um, so it really is just a matter of, I know that he's going to do mostly the right thing, and that's all he needs to do to give me no chance. So like, all right. Or consider this. Play against that Lumineth list that you can't beat, but you get to select the battle plan. Be like, your army is a bad matchup for mine. So let me choose the battle plan to even it out. And they're like, okay. And then choose the absolute worst battle plan for Lumineth they could possibly imagine, like the 8 objective, like nonsense, right? Because battle plan actually does matter, in a matchup. It can matter more than what your opponent is playing, in fact, as to the outcome of the game. And so if they're on an army that normally beats yours, kind of address that. Be like, well, in exchange, let me pick the battle plan, and I'll pick some. I'll pick some battle plan that's real uncomfortable for you, and we'll see that. Then we'll see if you can win. And if they still win, then you're like, well, turns out you still win, and there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah. I mean that's it. Again, I think you do learn something about your army, about yourself in adversity, though. So I think it's important to rack that and play that. Um, if you're in like 10 games at your shop against that list, and that's
Yeah,
even
I
an
mean,
exaggeration, you've been
if you're
beating your head
6
against the
losses
wall.
deep against this guy's list, this advice probably doesn't apply, right? Because
Right.
there's a history there.
Right.
Remember, context and history, right?
When I like
If you
Zerg
look
here.
like you're
Oh, go ahead.
staring down your 7th loss in a row against specifically this list, okay,
Yeah.
choose your battles, right?
I like Zerg here. He said, "So you're referring to stone horns as chips, right? You like push them all towards
Yes.
the center."
Oh, yes. Yeah, they have little stone horns on them. It just says 400 their cost, and pushing them all.
Yeah.
Mighty Duck formation, straight up the center of the table.
I try to avoid lists with too obvious rock paper scissors tendencies, even if I trade being at like a 40-60 disadvantage list strength wise. So,
Yeah, I
so
think that's
you go towards
proper.
the soft RPS versus having hard RPSs. You always kind of want to go ahead. Hey, well, I cut you off.
Oh, I was just gonna sneak in there. That's proper. I think that's proper.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I talk about that at the end of my game balance, game design lecture I did on Twitch with a
That was a very good
PowerPoint.
one. That was a great one. Yeah.
Um, and there was stuff in there I wanted to cover and forgot to. But at the end, I think I was talking about rock paper scissors and how, um, in a game where you can make choices in list building, inevitably this creates um, archetypes, and archetypes inevitably create somewhat of a rock paper scissors. And your design from then on is mostly trying to curb that, I think, because your game at a tournament level could appear very balanced with only just a bunch of rock paper scissors matchups all interspersed in there. But when you zoom in from the tournament, win percentage and all that stuff, everything seems pretty fair and pretty balanced. When you zoom into any one particular game, it could be that every game is a fucking blowout. It's just when you zoom out, it all seems fair. But the don't forget about the individual game element either. And one isn't necessarily worth sacrificing for the other. In fact, if you have to sacrifice one, I would sacrifice tournament balance in an effort to make sure that individual game balance is more enjoyable.
I agree.
Because if someone is paper and they're fighting scissors, that's just not a very fun game.
Yeah, you,
And sure,
you only
tournament
own
can be
paper, right? You
what?
only own paper. You're going to your
Yeah,
LGS.
you only own paper. Paper costs you $600 in 3 months to get, and then you play against scissors sometimes, and you play against rock sometimes. And yeah, at a tournament, you play 5 games in a row, and you dodged scissors all but once, and you fought rock 4 times in a row. You feel pretty good. And when rock is nowhere in sight, and you just fight scissors, you feel pretty bad. But when you just go to a local shop and you play 1 game and then you drive home, and it really sucks when it's an 80-20 matchup.
Right. Right. Yeah. Rational nihilist. I don't know what gives LRL a good game. I either wreck them or get wrecked. like,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
OBR. The answer is OBR. Barring Techless, we play a good game. If they're the skew list on Wardens, it can be a bad time for me. But then I just play to my outs and I just smash into them as hard as I possibly can and don't think that they can actually win the attrition. So
Yeah, they can
and
be very durable, but they're not going to out attrition OBR.
I have
And then you can't
catapults,
win an
and I'm
even
just
point.
gonna for their turn one where they're playing koi. I'm just gonna catapult the shit out of everything, and then we're going to play attrition on my terms, and they have the edge, like they really do, but I'm gonna bank on winning the attrition battle in the end. So I think OBR
Yeah,
LRL.
that's your line, or that's your path to victory, right?
Right.
That's your strat. How many Stonehorns though, Heywoah? No
No
less than
less. No less than.
5.
There it is. Yeah. No, I think OBR versus LRL. I give it like a 60-40 LRL, but it's not like an 80-20, 70-30. So I think
Oh,
that's yeah. Go ahead.
translator's note: less than 5 is actually fine. It's a meme. Like 4 is maybe ideal, but hey,
Yeah.
you gotta go. You gotta go min 5.
Do you think new models with what make this less rock paper scissors?
Hopefully, yes. Ideally that's correct. Yeah, it'll allow the LRL player to make more balanced armies, and they probably will,
There you go.
given the choice,
Yeah. I.
because they themselves don't like being rock paper scissors quite so extremely.
Mhm.
And unless they choose to lean into it like fully, I guess, which they might do in a tournament setting.
When you make a skewless build, that's your strat.
Yeah, that's that you're comfortable with that. You've made your peace with losing big time or smashing people,
Yeah.
nothing in between. That's what you
Yeah, if you're
signed up
making
for.
super scissors, you're going on the skew,
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
skew warden list. Like you know what this is about,
But when
right?
you have legitimate alternative options and you abstain, then that's like you've made your peace with what you're getting into, and then it's fine. Um, when that's all you can choose and you rolled into the army and you find yourself in that position, that's when it's a little uncomfortable. So yeah, I basically hope that's what happens in the new Marathi 2 or whatever the next one comes out.
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of that, be Broken Realms. Yeah. So that's I think we kind of completely covered our retrospective of LRL. Getting your opinion in there, which leads us to the next one. Sons of Behemoth, and I've got my own hot takes. Who do you think has the hotter hot takes about this one?
Hmm.
I haven't gone full Mephisto
I
Unleashed
could
on.
craft a pretty hot take. All right, I'll get you can do your hot take, and I'll craft a hotter take, because my normal take on the bigs is pretty lukewarm. But here, I'll
but
craft one.
but that's appropriate,
Pretty
and that's my
spicy.
hot take. Is like I'm very lukewarm on the army. I just I'm not even lukewarm on it in the way Vince is, and my take has nothing to do with the rules. I'm just disappointed as hell that when they had their sort of like proof of concept meeting, they took the lamest model in the game and they're like, yeah, let's do more of that. And I'm just like, nah, man. Like they did technically well at all the things they had to do. The kit's got some good range and good bits and stuff like that. But when it gets right down to it, I didn't want Jack and the fucking Beanstalk. They wanted you to have Jack and the fucking Beanstalk though, and it doesn't land for me. It lands for somebody out there. The thing I look most forward to is people's iterations and changes and takes on it. Like, I wish it was actually more boring so that it behooved you to use it as a blank canvas and be cooler. Um, I don't know. It's here now. Um, I'm annoyed that they. I think the reason that Beastclaw Raiders kind of get maligned as an army in terms of like rules and a little bit ignored is because they don't want too cheap and too elite an army rolling around from a business standpoint.
Well,
And
they fixed that with the cost of those behemoths.
that's exactly what it is. They
They fixed
fucking
that
price
problem.
fixed that shit to stop the Sons of Behemoth from being as cheap as Beastclaw Raiders. They're like, oh well, why wouldn't I play Beastclaw Raider? Like you're looking at like cost to get into Age of Sigmar, and they're like, oh no no no, and they just smack the hand of like someone wanting to play like an elite army, and there's no, you're going to have to pay $600 regardless. Like this is the cost of an army, and I
Yeah,
see a lot of
and
people
PCR basically slipped under their radar. Like it was a mistake. You
the
know,
star collecting box is
they
fantastic.
accidentally made the cheapest army that is also the most powerful army.
Yeah,
I don't mean that it's the most powerful army in the game. It's not, and I don't mean it's the cheapest army in the game, and it is not. But it's pretty close to the cheapest army in the game, and in the cost versus quality
yeah,
diagram,
yeah,
it's the top of the mountain of you know power for your dollar,
yeah,
efficiency rating of the dollars you're spending for how strong of an army you get. A classic a classic 3-star collecting box Eurobad is way more competitive than an army that cheap has any right to be.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you don't even need to buy the Maw Pot because it's trash. And so you save another $40 because you don't even need the terrain feature.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah, FTC is pretty close as well, I would say. Wow, Lord.
Flesh Eater Courts. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing is they accidentally made this like super efficient. I think that's a good thing personally. I apparently I'm wrong, and I
Everyone
just
asks for, I mean, whenever I get hundreds of questions on Patreon and Twitter DMs and Facebook and all this stuff, like, and on my streams and everything every week, hey, I'm new to the game and I just want a low model count army that's still good. Literally everyone wants that. Every new player that doesn't know anything about the game, low model count, not very expensive, good.
mm-hmm,
So that's the triangle that everyone's going for, the triad, the holy grail.
mm-hmm. Stormcast could fit that mold if they
Stormcast could fit that if they were good.
if they were good, right? Like they could fit that mold. That's where they should settle in. They should be right in that like middle. They should be the Ryu they have promised us to be, right? They should be right there.
Under 15 models or it's too many. I mean, exactly correct. Yes, but
Okay, well that's way more elite than I'm meaning. But yeah,
exactly.
yeah, but yeah, like okay, here you have like 10 models. Here's your army. I mean that's kind of cool. That's a good startup for like a newer player. I don't think that's a bad thing. Games Workshop disagrees with me, and they're the multi-billion-dollar corporation. Don't forget that they are not a mom and pop company. The greatest lie people believe about Warhammer, and don't get me wrong, I freaking love this. I think if you go back and rewind the show to how mad I was at CDPR, I have never been that mad at Games Workshop for anything they have done. Okay, it's the lows or the standards of the AAA video game industry are a far cry from some of the shitty ways Games Workshop tries to make money. But jacking the prices on those fucking Sons of Behemoth models has nothing to do with anything other than they want the cost of an Age of Sigmar army to be this much. And they know you'll pay it. And they know you'll pay it because everybody just simped them when they did it for that reason, like it was a good thing. And I'm like, so you just admitted that you're paying extra for no reason. Got it. Like on the argument was you pay extra for Sons of Behemoth for no reason, and it's a good like that was like the words that came out their mouth, and I'm like if we just like use like my real quick like thesaurus to translate what the words they said were, it was you pay more because they want you to and you will pay it, and I'm like, I mean you're not wrong, but the thing is you're saying it like enthusiastically.
You get that one guy in every single thread who dives through the window and breaks it and goes into a roll and comes up with a cape on and a wizard hat and like a katana from Shears in his hand, and he's like, everyone relax, things are worth what people are willing to pay for, and he's like waiting for the applause. You're like, there's always that guy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty fucking inspirational. Yeah, what an epiphany. I can't believe anyone else figured that one out. You've added a lot to this conversation.
How dare you talk that way about Go ahead. Wait, you do Lord Celestin on Star Drake and 3 Drakeshorn Templar. Boom. Gotcha. Gotcha. Suck it, Beastclaw Raiders, yeah. 12 Vanguard Raptors aren't too cheap.
You mean not just playing 2 Frost Lords, 3 Endless Spells you can't cast, an extra command ability, and then down 1,000 points because you really want to get the triumph?
Yeah. Yeah.
Amateurs.
Yeah, so Sons of Behemoth, that I can't really reconcile. Go ahead.
SOB. I forgot. So my hot take about SOB is,
Boom.
um, it was clearly a restrained book power-wise because it's destruction and they're terrified of having a good destruction army. That's a joke. Everyone likes to think they're the victim. That's a lesson I learned in um, one of my advertising classes about propaganda. Is one of the surefire ways to capture an audience is convince them that they're a victim and then pretend you give a shit about that fact. And so stuff like that really catches easily on with people. And the whole like destruction's so bad, like that's one of them. It's harmless, but you know. The thing I was sad about with um, Sons of Behemoth is that it is like corn. And that is to say, an army with that you absolutely expect to play like it looks, and it absolutely does not play like it looks at all. And not only that, it would be way better if it did just play like that. And so you'd think the Giants army is just like gigantic, huge giants that multiple units have to plow into to slowly burn them down. And every swing of their club is just like some massive fucking 7 damage slap as they're just clapping units off the table left and right. And you finally bring them down and they're dead at about, you know, top of turn 4 or something. And now you need to collect the points. And the whole thing is like throwing enough guys at their huge titans, you know, to bring them down and feeding sacrificial units to them as they swing their gigantic clubs back and forth, you know, sweeping units off the table. And instead, it's like, yeah, this does a D3. This is a 2 damage club. You know, this is like some D6 rolling, you know, nonsense. It's the way you actually play it is super cagey and defensive by like standing places and technically controlling objectives and tactically retreating all the time
Hmm.
and just kind of standing around um, instead of biggity blasting people off the table with gigantic huge clubs that have like bad accuracy but 7 damage a hit. That when you roll a 6 to hit with them it does another 7 damage, you know, just like random crap like that. They really don't play how you think they would play
Mm-hmm.
and how they really should play.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that way it's like corn.
Well, they're not, yeah. I
That
mean, they don't. Go
play
ahead.
style of cagey tactical retreats, staying out of combat, standing places to just control objectives, and finagling around with little tactics to make sure you're just controlling the objective and not really fighting. That's a very satisfying playstyle for like a certain personality of gamer, right? But it seems to me to clash with the aesthetics of the whole army. That's all.
I,
And so
I,
the people that I found that really, really like SOB actually like that kind of stuff.
hmm. uh,
And you know, there is definitely a way to play super aggro giants. It just involves all the little guys, which is a little unfortunate.
or three breakers can actually be kind of fun or whatever.
Yeah. And they have some really interesting design space that um, they have some really interesting design space that I feel they didn't have time to quite flesh out fully, like the moving the objectives thing. And um,
Longshanks,
yeah, Longshanks definitely. Like it
rubble,
needed another week of development, and then those
rubble.
ideas have crystallized into a lot more
Yeah,
interesting stuff. And breaking the objective or breaking the terrain, except only in your hero phase, and some questionable rules with that. But you know, it seems like they were started on some really interesting things, but just didn't have time to finish that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I wish Three Breakers was like more of the water level for all of the different options, and some stuff rose above it, right? But as opposed to just like the most hilarious thing that could happen, and
I,
everything else.
I've got a couple things that I've sort of realized as you've been talking here, though. Um, should the most obviously Timmy thing also be great when it's obviously Timmy, though? Right? Like, is that hypothetically saying it was this is the 7 damage 7 times 7 clubs that you just have 3 of them, and that really is the way to build the army. And you smash forward, and Games Workshop are dicks, so they jack it up to the absurd prices they did. And hey, you're going to pay $700 for this army out the box, let alone the time. Here you go. And now it's like actually just like on the top of the bell curve for Fat Middle. Is that good design? Like philosophically speaking, like to be like this thing that you are just, it's like super low effort, push forward, and like knights. I think of knights where for a period in time, drop down your knights and whoever had knights and went first won in 40K. You just like drop down your huge shit and like you shoot and everything's dead.
Yeah, I think in a lot of games, how difficult something is to play has something to do with how good it is. You can point to MMOs, you can point to first-person shooters, you can point to Vega and Street Fighter and, you know, games like that. Like, the super hard to play characters are, like, if you play them perfectly, they should be the best, but if you don't, then, you know, you're punished for that, because how hard something is to play factors in how good it can be. In Age of Sigmar, I don't think there's much room for that. The game isn't
Really?
like terrifically hard. Yeah, mechanically, the armies, you know, and like doing the thing that the army is supposed to do. I don't think the delta is that crazy. Nor do I think the ceiling is terrifically different than anything else. Like, after your first 5 games, getting used to an army and remembering what all your spells do, and learning kind of how the army should play and what you tend to do in your hero phase and what spells, whatever, like, you're good. The difficulty in AOS is sort of like broadly strategic and then zoomed in like minutia of squiggling guys around and being in range of
Knowing
stuff.
your
But
matchups.
that's like every army. I'm talking about the mechanics of play. After about 5 games, you're good. And the arm, like, it's not like a terribly difficult game to play between different play styles of the armies, like, just mechanically.
Well, I mean, but charge forward and
And
smash and then
so,
auto capture objectives feels like that would be the
yeah,
easiest, winningest thing in the world if they tuned it that way.
if that was really good, you know.
Yeah, I'm with.
Yeah,
I had this
but
conversation a little bit
I
with
don't particularly
Vince.
care how hard my opponent worked for a victory. I more care about how fair the game was when we were playing it, you know.
Where maybe I was being a little misleading here. I think the problem was mightier makes readier. I think that shoehorned them away from being allowed to be as offensive as they wanted to
It's
be.
interesting you say that, because that's what Doom and Darkness thought shoehorned Gutbusters away from being good. And I think you're both right.
Hmm.
For Beast Claw, it allowed their playstyle to work legitimately. They still got smashed if they started falling behind, but their momentum style gameplay with Might Makes Right on 10 capture allowed them to accidentally become a good army.
10 is an important number, though. You
With
look at
Gutbusters, all of the units counting as 2, I think they held back on how good the War Scrolls are because they had this capturing rule, but it wasn't like that great on Gutbusters actually. And so it held them back for being as killy and as durable as Doom felt they should be, and I mostly agree with him. And then also, I think that's the case for Sons of Behemoth as well. The rule kind of held them back from being like War Scroll wise and DPS and how much damage they can take as powerful as you think the model probably should be for its cost. But it was a necessary concession of some point to make sure they can win a fucking game ever, because the way you win games is by capturing.
being 10.
If they did nothing, you would have to make them so ridiculously strong that the game was not getting tabled by them. But if you didn't, then you just won.
Yeah,
You know,
I kind of
and
like
I'm
that though.
extreme, obviously, but
I kind of like that. I kind of like that though. I would like that.
I don't think that's the worst.
Yeah,
But you know,
I prefer
how
the.
Beast Claw was right away. That's how Beast Claw was originally.
I like boss battle armies. like it's a me thing. I know that I'm different here.
When the first GHB came out, before Beastclaw got nerfed from 5 different directions at the same time, if you played like a full-on Beastclaw army, it really was like people would prepare you. You'd be like, "Hey, my opponent's on Beastclaw. Like, what do I do?" Um, okay, well, if they get to charge you, they'll probably table you. But if you can manage not to get tabled in the first 2 battle rounds, you automatically win the game,
I like that
and they
though.
can't do shit about it.
I love that.
And that was Beastclaw for 6 months, and then they got nerfed and became the worst army in the whole game for 3 years. And so I thought that was cool. I'm like, my opponent is just clenched gameplay. Like for 2 battle rounds, but if he survives that or gets lucky or something, then I just fucking
you
absolutely
you
like,
whiff the rolls, right? Like you whiff that. You get he doubles you when he shouldn't. Like
he manages to run away or something, or I
he's got
fail
the
on a stinger.
chaff,
Yeah.
right? Like yeah.
And then after battle round 2, uh, then all right, he weathered the storm. All my guys die, and the end of the game is 28 victory points to 3. But if I won priority on turn 2, it would be tabled and the 30 victory points to 0, and the other guy got tabled. And hey, that's the game. How much you have to lose in a coin toss, like let's go.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't think that's even a bad thing, and I think that's what it would have been cool.
I think they avoided it. They avoided it because we're not ready as a player base. We're not ready for like the hard L's. like like we talked about like that sort of like the hard RPS, soft RPS, make the average game a little bit round towards the single game, right? Round towards the single game. The thing is like this might sound counter to that, but here's the big difference, and this is what's important about like a hard RPS matchup versus the type of gameplay I'm proposing, that like fast over fast, and if you lose, you lose. Every game is the coin flip with that against that army. So like every game is conceivably different against your army. It's not like every time you show up and fight the LRL army, they have your number, you lose no matter what. Hard RPS, right? With the army that says they're going to beat you in 2 turns or not, and then you're going to win the game, they don't always beat you in 2 turns because dice, because tactics, because battle plan, because terrain, because I think that's a fun play style. I wish that they had leaned into that with SOB. And I think with Mightier Makes Rightier, they hamstrung their design. Furthermore, I hate that they stepped on Beastclaw Raider toes, because 10 is a good number, 20 is dumb. Like 10 is it says you tie, and technically you're probably going to beat a battle line because you're going to kill a couple of them, right? It means you have a 400-point thing that beats a battle line. That feels fair. Or you have to charge a 20 block of a battle line, and you have to do a little bit more than average damage. You got to get on the high end of the green space of your swings to chip them down to 9, right? Like you got to get creative with your charges. You got to like that's the right threshold. 20 is an absurd threshold. It is.
I think it shouldn't have been a number. That was lazy. Sorry, that was rushed. It shouldn't have been a number. It should have been a different mechanic that had something to do with capturing as well. I think they should have
first there, like they like out of sync capturing. Like if they're there on like they get to capture on their turn regardless, right? Like even if they're not outnumbered, like they just like this is mine's now. Like they get to take the point and then you can get it back on your turn because you outnumber them. Something. There was a different design space to go there instead of like we're just gonna make the arbitrary biggest number.
Or even large and in charge, our original rule that we came up with. Your current wounds is the number you're capturing.
Wounds was the way.
Yeah.
Wounds was the way.
Because then you can work towards it, right? And there's no healing in the whole army, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that can be one of your design things, is like your current wound total is you're capturing, but there's no healing, so you're never, your opponent is never going to feel like he's treading water. He's always making progress.
You're chipping away at the giant, right?
it's real easy to calculate because you have that number there already to see what his current life is at. You know, oh, he's at 25. All right, captures 25. Oh, somebody shot him for 5. Already captures 20. You can work on it. Makes sense. But Soren came in there quick with a
Yes,
BS. And he said he
Soren had a
differs in
question.
opinion with,
Yeah. Or
he says he differs in opinion with Heywoah. The game itself may be relatively easy, but some armies lose at list building, and that can be very difficult for new players. And I 10,000% agree. And that's a huge problem, and one of the reasons like I started my channel in the first place is because it is really difficult to build a list when you don't know anything about anything.
it's hard.
And a lot of people are concerned about that when the cost and time investment is so high on a new army, and they're right to.
You already bought.
I was talking about once you're already on the table, like mechanically the game isn't terribly difficult to resolve, right? Or the things that your army has you do, like cast these spells or count blood tithe. Like these things are fairly simple for the most part. There is complexity to the game, and there are things that are hard and require skill, definitely. But I'm talking about like allegiance abilities and stuff. It's not like you're doing math. It's not like you're doing calculations and looking into the future and thinking about storm count and what's my doomsday pile going to be. It's not that kind of stuff, right? It's not fast reactions and oh, okay, well, he's attacking with this, and my move is
Like
one frame away from
a
getting him
6-part
screen
flow
cap,
chart.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and there isn't so much of that. But you're right about the list building thing, and so if we back up my example into the list building phase, then a whole bunch of other stuff comes into play that I mostly agree with. And someone's talking about how good
Yeah,
Blight
we got
King,
to go back to this Blight King spam thing because
and
this
they're
is
right.
related.
Blight King spam is
It is
sweet
real.
because Blight Kings are sweet, and I'm happy that it's good. It might be
It's too good.
perhaps
It's too
a
good.
tad too good.
It's too good.
But I think that's only because of the drops. If it weren't so easily able to get low drops, I think it would be completely fine.
Well, the low drops thing is what exacerbates the
Probably,
problem. I get here first. I win now. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, when you're a if your whole purpose is to be I'm a meat miracle with 1,000 wounds, right? Getting to the objectives first is a real good game plan against a lot of people, right? So
right.
I don't know. I'm also like not terribly concerned about it, and maybe I'm being flippant, I guess. But the Maggotkin book is one of the oldest books right now, and so if we're doing the wheel thing, then it's also going to be one of the most one of the first next battle tomes, and so the problem might sort itself out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who knows?
And you can really play right now anyway, and
Yeah, I don't think Blight Kings.
Simultaneously think Blight Kings are fucking rad, and I'm happy that army is good, but maybe just a little pushed.
It's hard for me to malign the meta right now because I don't think anyone's playing real games. I guess like New Zealand got their shit under like they were responsible, and there's
certainly people are playing games, but it's not like there's big tournaments that's going to ruin. However, there's more to people randomly not having as much fun as they could to the game than tournaments, to be sure.
right.
In fact, tournament players are probably the most cool with bad stuff happening because they're usually of a mindset where it's like, it is what it is. I came to a tournament. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Right? I'm just here to eat hot dogs and buy people beer during their movement phase because I'm not going to watch that shit.
Yeah. Execution of AOS play is not hard because there is no mechanical skill. Like, you don't have a response time that you have to, like...
There's no real APM, right?
Yeah. Actions per minute. Like, there's no... Yeah. There's not really, like a huge... I mean, I don't even have to guess distances anymore. I get to pre-measure now. Like, I don't even have to guess distances anymore, which is a skill I do not have. Like with catapults, with the old Screaming Skulls, I'd have to be like 30 inches that way and then lay down my town. Fuck that. That's gone. I don't need to worry about that shit anymore.
Yeah. Age of Sigmar is not asking you how good at headshots you are, right?
Yeah.
So, should you punish easy armies? Not quite.
Good night, Zerg. Thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Oh, bring out the chess clocks. Yeah.
Or Guten Nacht, perhaps, because you're in Germany. I think that's good night.
It sounds German.
uh, yeah, I have a hard time making lists because I do not play, and I know what's good anymore. There is a skill curve in learning what a good unit looks like. There is a and what good synergy looks like. There is a skill to that. There's a learning curve to that, I should say. I don't know
Yeah,
if
and
it's a
there's
skill.
also a skill for finding a use for a unit that is legitimately bad.
Yeah, roll.
Because just because a unit has horrible rules associated with it and a shitty ass war scroll doesn't necessarily mean that it is useless.
Right. Yeah,
You can
sometimes
use you can use frost sabers or whatever. You could be a
Yetis.
speed bump. There's different roles you can give them through tactics that make up for how absolute like dog shit their rules are. It feels kind of bad to do that, but it is a way. And it's mostly like biding your time until maybe next book though.
Oh man, like
And will
Australia.
do more than one damage.
Yeah. Australia is doing well. Thought us is though Australia is known for crazy lists. Well, that's because of the Galapagos meta, and they have just went through the hyperbolic time chamber because they've been allowed to play real tournaments now, and they're already the Galapagos meta. So who knows what crazy necked turtle lists they'll have when
Double
when tournaments are
good
back.
meta. Oof.
Yeah. Being so good at dying is half their appeal. Flagellants being so good at dying is half their appeal. Perhaps, yeah. Sigil, in my meta, people are doing the 1,000 Shadow Warriors thing, brings out the chess clock. Yeah.
Yeah, chess clock is a hard counter to certain strategies, right?
Well, and having to get done in a regular tournament amount of
Right.
time. I mean, at a certain point, one, you a dick, and two, you're not going to win on your soft scores or even your normal game scores because you're not going to get all the secondaries and tertiaries of other lists if you're bringing that shit that can't complete games
Right.
in time.
I think there's like two main problems with that. And the first is like some dick who's um playing in a unscrupulous manner to try to game the system, to run you out of time, and that's like not a very sporting chap, as they say,
Right.
across the pond. But then there's a um like the game probably takes too long to play problem for tournaments, right? And that's like a game designer problem they need to work on for third edition. Like make pile in faster. Make
Well,
you know make
we
the setup before a game begins
we
faster.
almost had the perfect pile-in, and then they decided to ruin it. Do you remember for that
True.
one brief?
Yes, I
It
do.
was like 2 weeks into
Yeah,
like
we had
AOS
2 weeks
2.0.
of pretty nice. 2 weeks of pretty nice.
Yeah, yeah, nice.
And then they're like, no, 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 hold on. Actually, this takes way longer.
We're gonna
Don't,
ruin it now.
don't just understand. Like, all right.
I don't know
Like,
why you're so
I'm saying violin should be you take your hand
just.
and just shovel your guys up.
Yep.
I'm, I'm like 1 inch away from saying that. Like that's kind of how fast it should be. I'm very close to saying that,
Oh,
but
dude,
not quite.
I played against David Wydick, and he had his dudes still in the racks, and I will never forget when he tipped his rack up and went like this and just like, "Wit," and I'm like, that's how piling it should be. He had like 150 freaking ghosts, and I'm like, yeah, good. Like I was like I became Hook from that movie Hook. I was just like
Good form, Peter.
I was just like good, like good form. Like I was like so pleased. I'm like yeah, yeah, like do that. Like like I don't care about the stupid precisest measure and like hang on that model over there is a millimeter closer. No,
Yeah, I mean that's
just
part of bridging the gap between
ugh.
they want all this realistic stuff, right? They want you paying movement to get over terrain. They want
Sure,
real line of sight where you
sure.
look through stuff. They want
Some of that's good.
one model at a time piling in with 1 inch reach on his weapon from like they want that stuff because that's immersive and that's good. But also,
You got to
um,
play a game.
you just can't like measure 3 inch pile in on one model at a time. I feel like you just can't do that.
Hmm.
That that's the thing that wastes so much time.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like figure out some mathematical thing for what things can reach in a unit, and let games not take 2 hours
Well,
and 2.5 hours or more.
on that note, I would love to see, instead of additional attacks per rank, just you can look at the math and be like, mathematically speaking, rolling 100 dice versus like at a 4-up equals this, and rolling similar, like rolling less but at a 3-up equals the same, like rough result. Instead of extra ranks being extra attacks, we just have bonuses to hit. Like it's just
Or something. Yeah.
something
There's
to where
there's
you're reducing the rolling. Um, it's fine when an RTS does all the rolling for me, but in a game like, I like throwing fireballs. I've talked about
and
this
it makes
before. I like throwing buckets of dice. Buckets of dice are fun, but there's a point where it's too much, and it
yeah.
that threshold is like about 70.
Yeah, and it also, that kind of thing also makes base size, I think, too important. Like I feel like we got to get rid
And
of
base
this.
size isn't something they put on the war scroll. So
Here's another hot take. The difference between a 25 mil base and a 32 mil base should not be double damage, and it's just a mistake for that to be the case. And it makes the opposite of sense that huge dudes on huge bases are like considerably worse in units than weaker guys with worse stats on smaller bases, because of the nature of base size. That they don't even write it on the war scroll, and clearly they basically don't balance around it. Just FAQ, the 25 mil is equal to 1 inch officially. There you go.
gross.
Rational Nihilist coming in there with a sentence that really describes his name.
love
But by gum, the man's correct.
love you, Dr. True. uh, measure the closest unit, push those models up. Come on down. Like, just like I like have a, like, if you can play with that like little like pool cue looking thing that like the generals have when they're battle map and they're like just pushing their force.
Oh yeah,
That's the
you push that pool cue with the
yeah. It's got the
little
little
dustbin at the end of it
yeah,
over.
just like
You got your ham sandwich over here.
yeah, just like.
Yeah,
I mean, for me, it's a beer
nothing
can
so
because I'm at
pleased
a.
in the front. Yes.
I'm just like, capital move. I'm piling in now, and you just like push. That's what I want.
Right, but remember, we already won one battle. We already won a battle over this as a community. All of us as players. Do you remember when the attacks with your models had to come physically from their weapons? And that's what you measured from. You didn't measure from the base.
Yeah.
Because that was very early AOS. And so we won that.
Yeah.
That's a step in the right direction. And so if we could keep walking in that direction,
Yeah.
moving on into 3rd edition, they've already made that one consent. This is one more step in the slightly less realistic but way less fucking annoying to play direction. Now, you don't want to go too far, right? But I think this one's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, Kyleon is here. A model in the there's a good word soup way of saying it, but a model in the same unit can fight over one base of the same unit in a fight, because that's what we're talking about when we're talking about inches. How many ranks can they fight in?
Or you could have something where it's like models in base-to-base combat can attack, and models in base-to-base combat with models in base-to-base combat can attack, but not 3. So everybody gets 2 ranks. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 2 ranks can fight. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then like literally the extra ranks just do become ablative wounds, and that's a decision you make. Do you want the extra wounds or whatever? Because you're talking about defense. Do I want to pay for extra defense? Not do I want to pay for extra defense and offense? Right, like the kind of the no zone. Why are base and metric?
Only orcs can fight. Good one.
Only
only orcs may fight.
so we were talking Sons of Battle. Or Sons of Battle. Sons of Battle. Why was it Sons SOB? Why? Sisters of Battle already exists. You could have.
Two things. Three things. First of all, SOB is bad because it's sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's bad because Sisters of Battle already exist in a game that you make. And so when anyone is talking about a GW game and says SOB, they're probably talking about the older thing. But who knows? So that's bad. That's why SOB, by the way, was F tier.
Was Slaves to Darkness STD F tier as well? Because it should be.
No, that was A tier.
Really?
A-tier.
Gross.
Yeah.
Really? Because like the whole community is in the process of changing it to S2D. They're throwing a number in, like we've been changing it. Yeah, I know.
I get being uncomfortable with STD for whatever reason, but putting the number 2 in there is more disgusting to me than actual STDs.
No.
You can't don't put a number in there. Don't mix letters and numbers. Absolutely disgusting.
Anyway, you're talking tier list. Disciples of Behemoth.
You can cancel STD all day, and I don't actually give a shit. But if you replace it with S2D,
Such clearly someone's never had an
Star
STD.
Wars. This is some new droid in your Mandalorian show. Get out of here. Yeah. Slaves to Darkness XX Sephiroth. Yeah. It's right around the corner. Clearly, someone has never seen numbers and letters mixed in shorthand before.
Amazing. I don't like Slaves to Darkness. I mean, it could just be SD. You usually don't in official abbreviations. You usually don't do two.
You almost never, in fact. So there is that.
Yeah, like to and of usually aren't in. And so, like, you just be like, this is the SD army. Like, I don't know. Ugh, weird.
Also, for trivia, and I think there was an EverQuest player in the chat. Any EQers in the chat? Anyway, this was brought up during Shadows of Lucklin expansion, when the shorthand for it, of course, was SOL, which is shit out of luck, and that was a mistake as well. Some trivia.
Yeah. So I don't know. Sons of Behemoth. Also, their book directly references like women. And it's like weird because they're not like. So what happens when they actually release like, I don't know, like the Gate Mommy or something like that, and she's just like twice the size of the other ones, and like now you have like, I don't know. It's not really Sons of Behemoth anymore.
Yeah. You mean like Sons of Behemoth is a bad name because that closes the future to your possibility of having some giant female dragon? I mean, some giant female giant.
I'm not saying that. Like,
it can't be the Sons of Behemoth if one of them's not a son.
I'm not saying that necessarily because it's a proper name and proper names all like are weird, but it's just it's bizarre to me in the year 2020 to like regress, you know?
With Sons of Behemoth?
Yeah.
What's the grievance?
I know that Sisters of Battle is gendered as well with sisters, but like they don't actually have men in their ranks. Like there are like, but Sons of Behemoth does have women. Like it talks.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, like they're in their lore.
Oh, I didn't know it had giant women. See, I haven't done my Y play. SOB,
I mean, there's
bigs, so I haven't read up on their lore. I thought they were actually.
Yeah, they have like their weird like penitents.
I thought they were like Zeus, where they just all sprung fully grown from his forehead or whatever, and they were actually all men.
You mean like the weird penitents who are like basically, like indentured men, like men slaves or whatever, men servants? I don't know if that counts. Like
strapped to a sexy exo.
Yeah, like they've got like.
Tell me more.
Oh, they actually have like little priests.
I didn't know that. So the Sisters of Battle got diversified.
Oh, okay. Well, in which case
they always were, and I just didn't know that.
In which case I retract. I'm sorry. I didn't know that at all. I thought they literally were just like only the Battle Sisters and stuff, like sororitas, etc., etc.
Those are ecclesiarchy, but they're not sororitas specifically. Oh, maybe that's the case.
Those are ecclesiarchy, not a part of Sisters of Battle. And they also have like weird Imperials that will show up, but they are not sororitas.
They also often work with the witch hunters or with Ordo
Yeah,
Inquisition, or
Ordo
whatever, but they're
Malleus
not
or
technically
whatever.
the same.
Yeah, they'll work with some witch hunters and stuff.
I don't know, Caleb Kane. I haven't read the lore of Sons of Behemoth.
There are
In my head, I figured because of the name and because most of these are like mythic giants, I figured they just were actually all men that were like created from this one main giant in Magic, right? And so I actually just thought they were all
no,
men.
I think yeah, the ecclesiarchy and like there are folks that join that army that would identify as male, but I don't think that they're actually like sororitas. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
It could be that sororitas are part of the army Sisters of Battle, but not like. But there are other things besides sororitas in there, maybe.
hmm.
Apparently, those priests have always been part of it. All right, yeah, fair enough.
That dude is filtered. Well, filters, come on. And they are also only included in their codex. And they were purged from the Inquisition Codex. I don't know. Like I said, I retract. I recant.
Talking about removing something from a book, saying they're purged from the Inquisition Codex is great language.
Yeah, well done.
Are we talking game or lore? I guess kind of both, because I wasn't. I guess I didn't know.
I was on a lore axiom here. I thought like lore wise, like the sororitas were very specifically Sisters of Battle, right? But
Yeah, same. But then again, I didn't like super know their lore. Same with the giants. I
no,
just
all I
assumed
know
they-
all I know is that like Sons of Bahamut totally directly and like talk about like their matriarchs and stuff.
Oh,
And
I want
and
big women. Let's go.
and this isn't a this isn't like my dirty liberal agendas coming through here. It's a like you call it Sons of Bahamut, and there's already something that exists with that distinguisher, like that moniker SOB already exists as Sisters of Battle. So here is yet another reason that's dumb, right? So this is just a.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not making a grand
all,
stand here
because
over
already-
gender politics in gaming. I'm just saying there's like several reasons why this is stupid, and that's one of them. First off, SOB is stupid. Second off, SOB exists. Third off, your codex or your battle tome references women in it as well. So like these are three reasons this is dumb. And that's the take here. This isn't gender. This is not a gender politics take. I'll say
now like try to think of a different name. Children of Behemoth. That doesn't sound good because they're huge. You want to invoke
no disciples
larger-
of spawn
Yeah.
of. Oh no, you can't do spawn.
bigs of.
Yeah,
So it'd
Bigs
be
of-
B-O-B.
there we go. I'm
The
for
army is bigs of Behemoth.
yeah I'm for Bigs of Bahamut. I like like I don't know you.
Caleb Kane has a great idea. Get rid of all the men giants, have it actually be only women, and then call the battle tome "I Dream of Large Women."
Ooh, like it's like the episode of Futurama.
Yeah.
Like they have death by snoo snoo the ability. Like Kif being the most attractive of the men will have death by snoo snoo. First he will snoo snoo the large women, then the pretty women, then the large women again.
large women. And it's clearly stuff. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I second Rational's name. Legally distinguishable giants.
ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best type of correct. Technically correct.
Fantastic.
Cue the Star Wars more me.
Yeah, more.
Shouting at the console.
Oh man, that's
All right. So besides our foray into getting stepped on by giant women, how about we move forward?
um Broken Realms would be the next thing we got this year. Broken Realms was this is the way. Speaking of Star Wars, takes a
Yeah.
drink.
Look, in my opinion, only one of the factions that were addressed in the Broken Realms got a full and got a good look.
I'm sorry.
Right?
I just want to say, chat gang, I'm proud of y'all. Like how much we're all on board with large women. Like, just philosophical.
Don't mock my religion. It is a religion of peace. The holy symbol is just like a stocking.
I worship the thickness. Can I get a witness? Like, oh man. All right. Yeah, okay, I guess before we talk Broken Realms, we can talk GHB. I love my take is simple. I love this GHB so much. I wish they'd reprint it and just put a 1 on the end. You know, part due, like 2020 part due, and fix a couple like the things. Obviously, points get changed. They put the points in that little separate book, and I threw that away. Um, that's where that just goes away now, and then just these battle plans are great. I like the Anvil of Apotheosis. I guess they put sky battles in there. Whatever, cool. Do it. I liked it. It was great.
It was trash.
Oh, you hated it? Right on. Right
Yeah,
on.
it was the worst battle. It was the battle plans were excellent, and everything else about the GHB was trash. However,
Really?
that's
2020s
fine.
was trash.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
In my opinion,
Okay.
battle plans were excellent, and everything else was basically trash. But all the stuff that sucked in it shouldn't be in it in the first place, and is moving in a direction that it won't be. So we're fine. Sky battles, sweet, cool. More narrative stuff. In fact, I want like pump it full of narrative stuff and open stuff and really interesting battle plans and stuff like that. And then keep put the band-aids for the game somewhere else, like Broken Realms, and release the points online, because nobody buys the book for points, right? You're not losing sales. It's fine.
Yeah.
And there you go. Everything's good.
I feel like we have a similar take, but we just rounded a different direction. Because I took that other part and I threw it in the trash. So like I
Right, because,
literally.
but I mean, there was they got rid of realm artifacts and then
Oh,
put
that sucked. Yeah.
realms in the GHB and gave us all the new realm artifacts, and they were trash. And there's a bunch of shit in there that just
People.
fucking sucked. It isn't worth really talking about, but it sucked.
No, I forgot about realms and how disappointed I was in that, and realm artifacts going away for no reason. They did nothing wrong.
Dude, they're going to fuck V3 up. You're right, but shut up. But also, you're right.
2 steps forward, 1 step back is the way I see it. That might happen. And the data that they pretend that they don't collect, but they totally do. They didn't get any for a year, so now a company that has been trending in the correct direction, but is rudderless and has let us down before, has been rudderless for a year. Concern. I have some concerns, but I'm not worried. Like I'm not concerned, but I tend to make my own fun with Age of
Ethereal
Sigmar.
Amulet was a problem. It was way too strong. And there were 2 other artifacts I think that were arguably too strong in there. And then there were 7 that were actually awesome and really interesting and really livened up the joint. And those ones did nothing wrong. They died for Amulet's sins, and that's sad.
Fine, take out Ethereal
And then
Amulet.
there was 40 that were fucking useless and a waste of time to make.
And you take away the 40, whatever. A couple of them had some tech, so you leave a couple of those in, and you leave some niche stuff in,
Yeah,
and you.
Roach, I would say, is another one. Yes, I agree.
I
Although the
I
armies that used it that weren't designed well enough that they had to use it,
there we
it
go.
was okay. But there were armies that didn't need it, but then just got it and had a fuckload of command points,
Well,
and then it became a problem.
but here's the
Right.
thing: is those armies that had ways of already generating command points, uh, and like Broach was more of a problem. The margin of making that army more problematic was much smaller than making an army that had no option of getting additional command points better.
Right,
Like,
exactly. It let Seraphon sit on a phone book at the table, but it allowed other armies to sit at the table at all instead of be in the kiddie seat, right?
right,
So,
right,
mm,
yeah. I mean,
and also the most powerful armies in the game did not use realm artifacts, nor did they give a fuck about them. So there was that as well.
yeah. If
But
you took them
you know,
away, you didn't
you didn't
ruin.
particularly hurt the best armies, and you shit on like a whole bunch of middle of the road ones. So.
Right, and that's even the most powerful, even Brooch and Ethereal Amulet, like Vlazda, like you took it away from Vlazda and Stonehorn. Like these aren't exactly the terrors of the meta, even at the time. Like, yeah, even the problematic artifacts in the context of like the meta weren't problems because the best armies weren't really using them, and the best armies that did use them, they weren't like going from like oh man, like they're oppressive to like now they're like way too oppressive and we could never like they're
Right.
like
And even if they got slightly worse, the armies that lost their really necessary ones weren't in a position anymore to capitalize it anyway because they were way worse. Also, for the record, Sword of Japan did nothing wrong, and it was the best one and the most fun.
around the time
And
you
by
have a
Sword of
yeah
Japan, I mean Sword of Judgment.
yeah
That
yes
one was fucking fun because you could throw that on a loon boss on Mangler Squigs, and he became an absolute Chad randomly. But it wasn't problematic whatsoever.
no
It was a fun
Beast
choice. It
Lord
was actually the fun choice
yeah
that was good enough to be worth it.
plus you got to model it as a katana, and isn't that always awesome, or like
I
give
was
it
halfway through modeling a katana to put in the teeth of a fish friend on my Eidolon before they both took sort of judgment away from me and said that you can't give the fish friends count as mounts, so you can't give them stuff. And so they double killed my funny little idea.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
He
yeah,
was a little squiggly eely boy, and I was going to give him a tiny little katana. It was going to be so funny. And you have 2d6 attacks with it.
yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. So
um,
that's yeah,
pour one out for the wiggly fish friend on Eidolon. But when you're pouring it out, it actually lands in a glass and you can drink it because Eidolon's like remotely playable now.
that brings us back to Broken
Not
Realms.
great, but it's remotely playable. Yeah.
Eidolon the Storm is pretty solid now.
Yeah, Eidolon of the Storm, pretty good. Not like excellent or anything, but totally playable, which is all the Idoneth Deepkin players have ever wanted with the turtle and with the Eidolon and with sharks and all the. They just wanted kind of an excuse to play that cool stuff.
Namardi party still not all the way there. Just give
No,
thralls 2-inch reach.
and it won't
Hashtag
be until
fixed.
their base size is addressed in some way because their base size both screws their damage
And holy,
because they can never fight in two ranks and their damage is always unfortunate. And it screws their Morphan Soul Reaper regeneration strategy because their bases are so goddamn big they can't stay wholly within 12 when they pile in to get any of them back. And it's so that problem is probably not fixed at all, but you can play a lot of the stuff that you just kind of wanted an excuse to play. Tippy top competitive, it's still probably eels, but it's a lot more reasonable to play all the cool stuff, and that's all we really ever wanted.
oh no, eels plus turtle is just crushing people on TTS right now.
Yeah, it's
um,
yeah, okay. So yeah, putting one turtle in there, agree. But I wish that all the other factions in that book got the IDK treatment, but they definitely got in the car wash of Broken Realms. They did not get the ultra premium. They did not, and they did not get the undercarriage. Uh,
that was
Cities of Sigmar, in my opinion, got the bronze, maybe that the bronze button you press when you go through the car wash, and Slaves to Darkness, you push the button, and it was just like a trapdoor, and your car fell through the cement, and now you're just flying through the sky, and it just lands in a landfill. Like that was the attention I got in that book.
I,
And
I
like some Wally robot comes up and like shovels you over to a garbage cube. Like that's what happened to Slaves to Darkness and Broken Realms.
I
I mean, Chaos Fortron got kind of a cool effect. That's nice. But
um, mega trash. But the winner is
right now with just mega trash. Oh
yeah,
boy.
DOK. Like Daughters of Cain had slid from S tier to A tier, and they were like kind of waxing, and like they got pushed right back to the top of A tier by Broken Realms, which is what everyone really wanted. They needed it, they deserved it. They were A tier viable their entire career, and there were other armies that fell out of the spotlight or never had the spotlight, but this army that has always been on stage, always performing, uh, we set up a second spotlight to make sure that it's always on them a little bit.
I actually don't mind this. I'll
I
defend
don't
it.
care either. I don't care either. They are the fulcrum under
Units in the
which
book shouldn't be that different from each other. You shouldn't have Sisters of Slaughter and the Bow Snakes in the same book. It's just not okay. Like everything should be reasonably playable, and now it is, and that's good. Even if the army was wickedly competitive for its entire lifetime, never receiving a single meaningful nerf ever. When armies worse than it got shit canned back and forth, but I'm not salty or anything. So, yeah, no, I actually like that. It's good.
I don't want armies to
Do
be
that.
brought down.
Do the IDK and DOK thing to more armies,
Yes.
including, by the way, ones you pretended to get to in that same book, and then just like, I don't know, phoned it big time.
No, this is a hard agree. I really actually don't like the pattern of bringing armies down. Like I hate that. I would like to bring more armies up.
Sometimes an army, like sometimes something actually does need to be brought down. I'm not, I'm not into the like, um, one army is clearly the best and 29 armies are not. Well, okay, buffing 29 armies is a bit ridiculous. Maybe just bring the one down. So like in extreme cases, sure, but for the most part, bringing up the water level is preferred so that
Right.
there's more diversity on the table, because Neapolitan is cool and spam is fine if you're memeing, but it shouldn't be what you feel obliged to play or you suck. Like you shouldn't have that feeling, I
Right.
don't think.
Right.
And a system like 40Ks, where you're just literally not allowed to play more than 3 of any one unit, is like definitely a band-aid that doesn't really fix the problem. It just solidifies the must plays, but they have a wide enough library of units to select from that's okay, because they have like 50 different units you can choose. So in AOS with much smaller ones, it's when you have 12 war scrolls in your army, is it really that tricky to make them all reasonably playable, right? So anyway, I really hope that this is not the STD update. Like that was something some intern had, and like, hey, can I throw this in the book? Sure. And this isn't like what STD is getting or Broken Realms in the entire cycle of Broken Realms. I really hope that's not the case. I hope this isn't what they get, because now, if it is, and they were really like, no, 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 we're done with 4 now. It was Slaves to Darkness, it was Cities of Sigmar, it was Daughters of Cain, and it was IDK. You guys are done. That's your Broken Realms. Now there's another one with another 4. Um, that means it's big time roulette when the next one comes out, and you're like, oh no, you're not even excited when you see your dude on the cover, because you're like, oh, shit, we're flipping a coin. To see if Frost Sabers get one hero and they call it a day with the ogres. So I'm concerned, I guess, but very good work on 2 out of the 4.
Well, I think I don't think it's that unreasonable to think that like each Broken Realms will affect Cities of Sigmar a little bit. By the way, but I think the 4 are going to come out and then it's going to be 3.0, right? Like we all think that. Maybe not.
The 4 what?
There's going to be 4 Broken Realms. Like
Oh, is that true?
I believe so. Maybe 5,
Okay.
but I think they're slated for 4 books. So
Because
we're
they
gonna.
got 28 armies to go through, unless they're just not going
I don't
to
think they're going to
address
go
the
through all of them.
They might not.
I don't think they'll go through all of them, but yeah, they're going to do the Broken Realms books, and then it's going to be 3.0.
I hope it's not 3.0 right away after that, because I feel like they should have learned their lesson from the feedback they got when 40K did that, but not learning from your mistakes is, of course, possible.
It wasn't 40K, ha ha ha. Yeah.
That's that's the joke.
Sylvaneth versus Beast versus yeah, Haunted Woods, Broken Realms, Haunted Woods. Yeah, you can have 4 armies in there. Um, so we've got like a couple more things to talk about in retrospect, but um,
All right, I'll try to be brief.
no, we're good. I got to use the restroom again one more time real quick, and then we'll close out. Do you have anything you can vamp on?
What's vamp mean? Yeah.
It's buy for time. Your concept of dad games is something that stands out to me. Do you want to explain dad games to folks that maybe haven't been on your channel lately?
Sure.
Okay.
Is he gone, chat? We're not talking about dad games at all. What's up, chat? Nergs versus Sylvaneth versus Beasts versus Nighthaunt Broken Realms. Okay. As a dad who was brought to the game, I approve. He's gone. All right, spam all your emotes. I want emotes only to fill the entire page here so that when he comes back, it's only emotes, like all the way up, and no one even says a word. Oh, okay, yeah. Frank brings up a good point. Only emotes and stuff about giant women. Only those things all the way up. And I'm going to participate. Oh, a combo breaker. Nice. Nice. All right, cool. Oh, somebody asked a question. We need more emotes now. Are y'all doing Soulbound again anytime soon? I'm not sure. Mep's in charge of scheduling that, so he just tells me that it's going to be this week, and then I show up. That's the game. That's what I do. I hope so. I rather liked the Soulbound game. It was pretty sweet. There we go. Perfect. Oh no, I'm looking forward to more of the adventures of Fiormar Big Winter and the merry band of companions, Skig, right, and Feargrim, the Fire Slayer, Lanissa, of course, that Stronghammer has been making in real life, which I should get around to doing. I might start work on a Fiormar Big Winter actual model. Wouldn't that be cool? I can give him a little chain trap and a little squig, a little squig that's a friend on there. Dienno Quan. Yeah, Quan Chi. Bringing in Quan Chi in this house. There we go. Got some bigs. Got any bigs in chat? I thought he would be back already. The stalling was going to be really fun with emotes when he was going to come right back, but what was I supposed to talk about? Oh yeah, I remember. No need to type. Yeah, giant women. There you go. Yes. I got to replace. You know what, Grim Slacker? I'm going to replace the no. I'm going to replace that one with a trash. I need a trash emote. I say it a lot. It's funny. We need a trash emote. But here's the thing: should it be like a trash can, or should it be like Penn Jillette's face with that smile? You know, like because both of them are pretty good. Penn Jillette's face, 100%. Yeah, that's what I secretly hoped you would say. Should be a picture of Mitch McConnell. Oof. Big true though. Heavy D6 is in the chat. Nice name. Anyway, dad games are I don't know where the phrase first originated, but it's typically like involving a meme where you have this kind of balding old dude driving a lawnmower outside, like mowing the lawn, and then he comes inside, um, cracks open a Monster Energy zero sugar free, and starts playing like Doom 2 or something like that. Titania is the fairy queen, you think? Titan Ea, queen of the big women. Ooh. I hear him. I think I hear him coming back. More emotes in chat. Yep. Emotes.
Whoa, we getting spammed. What's going on here? Did y'all start a
Having
fight?
innocent conversations.
What did you do? You broke my chat. Yeah, PogChamp is gone now. They'll make a new PogChamp. Hey y'all, spam. Ooh, what's this like crazy spooky dude? Neat.
It's Quan Chi from Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Spam in chat. Um,
You see that? You see that gold laughing Spanish man I made
yeah,
for tier 3 because I knew no one would ever choose tier 3.
yeah.
We got the gold. I also have one that just says big, and I rather appreciate that
I
one.
like the big one. I was upset that it was a tier one, so I didn't have it, and I'm like, well, now I have to go and subscribe to get big.
Yeah,
I gotta
I feel
st-
like making it tier 2 is a bit unfair because I rather like just being able to say big because it's so funny because you could just type the goddamn word big. It's the same thing, but that's what makes it funny, I guess.
Well, and then
So I might reorganize some memes. The no sign is funny, but that one's going to become trash.
yeah,
Heywoah trash.
yeah,
It's going to have Penn Jillette's smiling ass face right on there.
nice.
And I want to move big to tier 1 somehow to reward all the tier 1 subscribers because asking them to subscribe at level 2 as level 2 is like, come on, you're
Well,
paying $10 instead of 5 for one more emote. Like, who's going to do that?
you
Right?
you
Come
gotta you
on.
gotta appease the you gotta appease the core of your sort of not audience but like your brand or whatever it is.
Right.
I want to switch Mr. Meph Smug to Mr. Meph Yeah, like YEA, because like if you look at the Mr. Meph Smug emote, he is indeed smug, but I found that when I use it, like I'm often reacting to stuff like fuck yeah, like and having it say smug, I think informs
Right.
people to think its usage is different than what it should be.
Yeah.
Rational Nihilist, Fluke Skywalker, and Kai Leonis dropping 1,000 RDP each to remind everyone that Chat Gang ain't none to fuck with. So yeah, Broken Realms. You explained dad games. How did you land on the concept of dad games? I don't know if you covered this. Usually I have Twitch on and I'm cheating and I'm listening when I'm away, but this time I didn't.
Oh, how did that?
Was
I
it?
don't know where the meme. I was talking to Chad about it. I don't know where the meme originated with dad gaming, but
Yeah.
it's that it's that lawnmower. It's the guy that like finishes mowing the lawn and he like checks the burgers outside and then closes the thing on his grill, walks back inside, cracks open a Monster Zero sugar-free energy drink. The crack of him opening it echoes cavernously throughout his walls, and he loads up Doom 2 and starts blasting Tool or something, or or some old music, old man music that's good.
Yeah.
And his kid, his like Zoomer kid, is just getting pissed at how loud the awesome music is, and he's like, "I'm trying to play Fortnite or whatever," and that's the meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
And dad gaming as something that people like just talk about all the time and joke about really was really prominent in classic WoW because you have the sweats and you
The
have the dads.
tryhards. Yeah, the sweats are the tryhards,
And
right?
these are there are many factions, but two of the main factions are the sweats and the dads. You have dad gamers and the sweaty tryhards, right? And the dads rose up, and it was, of course, hilarious and everything like that. But
Well, because when
one
dads
of the
lock
actual
in,
being
they will fuck your shit up.
yeah, I
I don't know
mean,
if you know.
look, they just have to finish that last part of the lawn, and then check the pork chops, flip them over, and then they're gonna fuck you up.
Well, like having children isn't a requisite of being a dad gamer, by the way.
No,
Is
it's a
the
state of mind.
it's
It's
a
just like Boomer and Zoomer. It has nothing to do with the fact that the Boomer generation is in fact grandpas now. It's a state of mind.
Mhm.
It's a description of a state of mind,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because you can be 35 and still play like a Zoomer, right?
yeah,
So,
yeah, and you
I
can
mean,
be
there's
like
a
a
lot.
single. You can be like a single identifies as female and still be a dad gamer, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's an archetype.
Just like you can be a female and be referred to as a dude by some guy in California. Like it makes perfect sense
Or like yeah, when you say
to
it's some
some people
yeah.
it's a gendered thing, and to some people it isn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I still try to defer to
I
other
mean,
people
dad
who have a
gamer is
preference,
like
but
obviously gendered, but we definitely call anyone it, even the girls in our guild, and they do too.
yeah,
So
yeah, it's capital letter thing, I suppose, right? But uh, dude is a philosophy. It's right. The dude
dude
abides.
actually is a
Yeah,
religion.
dudism.
Dudism is a religion,
Yep,
fair enough, and
yep.
they call everyone dude in that religion.
Daddy gamer. Now that changes
Well,
it.
they might extend to dudettes as well. I'd have to check their holy book.
Yeah.
See any fundamentalist dudists in chat? Parse through this. Where's Tom Lyons when you need him?
Yeah. Who's got a PhD now in that shit? That's Doctor Lyons to you, and all of us. Daddy gamer changes it. I don't like this. No. I don't.
Daddy Gamer is slightly uncomfortable. Now I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
uncomfortable.
about this one.
So speaking of uncomfortable, Slanesh. Slanesh
Yeah,
got
just
teased.
as uncomfortable as they should be. This
Yeah.
is a wonderful update. Um, I like it. I'm pleased. This is a good direction. I'm glad they're expanding the excess from just like honestly a bit cringed, dated um,
Same.
sexual stuff
Yeah.
that is now censored, so there's no point anyway. So it's bad twice. Into like more into different types of excess, and I'm cool with that. Give me more excess. I think it only just makes sense to want more excess,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
anyway,
The
I like it.
the like the hedonist bot on a throne guy who's like overweight and stuff. Like this is a different kind of excess, and I think that's exactly what.
Right, and it immediately makes sense,
Yep.
and I like it. And by the way, as a trivia, I believe I'm right about this. The sculptor of the new Slanesh Palanquin thing is the same sculptor who did Catacross, who's also the same sculptor who did Sigvald.
Not the same sculptor who did Sigvald.
Oh, it's not? Okay, never mind.
Sigvald is a different
Just
sculptor.
Catacross and the other thing. But even so, give him a raise, put him
Yeah.
in charge of something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
same with the Sigvald guy.
Yeah. The party bus or whatever, the party wagon. Like,
The Monch wagon.
The Munch wagon. That's it. It's coined. Chat gang coined it. The Munch wagon. Oh man, that's brutal. Oh man, that's awesome. Talking about hard FPS, yeah.
So yeah, it was so sick, and all the new mortals look really cool. Almost all of them look great. There was like one exception where I really didn't like it.
A couple bad heads in there, right? Like like
Yeah, and a couple bad heads, one really awkward pose I didn't like at all. But like for the most part, most of the mortals look excellent. That Beast of Chaos guy looks really sick. I think it's like the only crab claw that makes any sort of goddamn sense to me, and it is really nicely done. I think,
Yeah.
but
yeah, I've already mentioned my thoughts on it, so I was just curious to get yours. Yeah, man, it was weird. I guess I want to move into the sort of final segment of the evening, barring any tangents, right? Um, 2020 was a hard year to find some positivity in. Did you find some? Like a couple like good things? We already had our like flaming hot double magma take on the shit that went down yesterday, but
yeah. I mean, politically, there was nothing to celebrate about the entire year.
right. But like
Even if
personally.
even if your candidate won, there's nothing to really celebrate.
Right.
However,
Right.
outside of politics and public health and safety,
Yeah, and then that's the struggle,
and
right?
the economy,
Like it feels like the world is it's on fire and people are dying everywhere and my normal misanthropic self that just sees the negative constantly and but I don't want to end like that. I don't want to
it's just like everything's fucked up, obviously,
yeah.
but
Yeah, I'm not going to put
we
on
share a lot of that with the rest of the world. Not all of it, but we share a great deal of it with a lot of the rest of the developed world, right?
yeah. And I'm
And so it's not like a uniquely American problem, which is not necessarily a good thing. But hey, misery loves company. It's
right.
it's
Right.
mostly fine.
Right. The point isn't to
Yeah, I
be
mean,
myopically positive here, like and like oh nothing bad's going
oh, and
on.
also, by the way, might I just say that rest in peace, MF Doom, my favorite rapper.
Really?
Uh,
Single favorite, huh?
Actual single favorite rapper, yeah,
I
was
mean,
MF Doom.
he died in October.
Dude,
And
dying on Halloween and nobody hearing about it until Christmas is the most MF Doom thing that's ever
yes,
happened. It's so
yes.
great.
But like they
The
kept
only thing that would have been better is if it was a Doombot instead, and he rolls out on like like on top of a car that was just slowly rolling in a parade.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, he
because he
go ahead.
because
Go ahead.
he okay, he did some fucked up shit, but it makes sense if you understand that he took his persona to like a
Well,
Kaufman
he
level.
would. People would be mad about this, and this is something I think is awesome. But like, you would go to an MF Doom concert, and it would be someone else wearing the mask.
Yeah, it's a Doombot. It makes perfect sense. He's role playing.
But it wasn't just that. It was like he was saying it's about the music, not the person under the mask.
Yeah, yeah,
In a
that's what he was
metaphoric
saying.
sense, or the Doom, like maybe he was being a
But
dick and just
how
making
I
money.
mean, to his as a point against him, when you go to a concert, you really are going to see the person.
I
Definitely.
love it. There's a
Like
part of
if you
me.
go to a Tool concert and they just like press spacebar on a laptop and Tool's not even there, you will be mad, and you will probably be right for
I
being
feel
mad.
like this is different.
However, what he did, he's a villain.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's Doom,
Yeah.
and he's got Doom bots, right?
Oh,
That is a villainous action. It's fully in character. It's Kaufman level. I loved it. It was awesome. And yeah, just the rhymes he spat were
well, and
so
they were always so on. And he had
his
this.
collabs were so amazing.
Yeah.
Um, I don't even know which one is my favorite.
Omega Red, his collab with Omega Red with fucking
No, that's a fan with Redman. That's a fan thing. That's actually a fan remix, and it's so good that people think it's real.
Hmm.
Yeah, Umfoot is classic. The stuff he did with Gorillas was so sick.
Gorillas
Actually,
was great. Yeah.
the stuff he did about the Cartoon Network was so sick. Mad Villainy was good. Like,
Coffin
I don't know.
Nails.
I can't.
Yeah.
Uh, I said I wasn't going to go on another tangent, but here we are.
No.
Anyway,
There's your glass of milk. Drink it. Finish it. Yeah.
yeah, the
Pour pour
no
pour
face mask
pour some
with a
pea
broken
milk
frown.
out. Yeah. Pour some pea milk out. For MF Doom. Yeah, it's weird when so like celebrity fandom and stuff like that.
Yeah, and people, there's this thing with 2020 where everyone's like, this year is taking all these people are dying. It must be a cursed year or something, dude. Celebrities die every year, and everyone's sad about it. It's literal negativity bias.
Yes.
That's all that was. In a year where the average person in America had a higher chance of dying than normal by a little bit because of COVID. So it's perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
Famous people you like die every year. It happens.
Mm.
It's
I
not
think there's ones
anything
that hit you a little
particularly
harder
special.
though. Like MF Doom hit me.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if the person happens to be really important to you, then obviously, yeah, it
Right.
does hit hard, right?
Right.
But you know,
Robin Williams hit me, I think, super super hard because he
that
he
was different.
he had
That was
bipolar.
no death, right? That was different than a death.
Yeah. And Chris Cornell, like those are the top three right now are like MF Doom, Chris Cornell, and Robin Williams, because it's like
Cornell wasn't exactly out of nowhere, I guess, but that doesn't make it any better. I felt that Williams was, but yeah, I suppose this doesn't make anything better. Anyway,
no the point just MF Doom. I used to actually uh, use him as play-in music before Twitch got really weird about their terms of service with music and live streams.
yeah, somebody put up a totally illegal like MF Doom RIP thing, and that shit got taken down in like 6 minutes. It
Yeah,
was
yeah. So
unfortunate,
I
but
used to
that's the
use
nature of
MF
it.
Doom, but as a fellow villain, like obviously he would try to out villain me, and respect there. But I used to play in on MF Doom tracks. Was like how I started my streams for a long time. It was like Afro Samurai tracks and MF Doom.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
so in a weird way, it was
I
he
think
helped.
maybe Mad Villainy is my the stuff he did with Mad Libs is so fucking sick. Actually,
Yeah.
maybe that's my favorite. I don't know. I can't. At this point, you just pick out all your favorite songs. It's not about the albums.
Yeah.
We lost Stan Lee this year. Dude, that might have been last year. I have no concept of time. I'm sorry. This is a year people are lonelier than ever, right? Because they're not allowed to do things. But it also means that the connections you make are that much more important.
I have a supreme appreciation for Chat Gang. Um,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
like
I,
I mean, there's Chat Gang and there's like the Chat Gang, the regulars, the ones that take it off stream. We talk, and I don't know where I'm at without this right now. I know I'm not I'm not generally in a great headspace. I'm pretty open about that, but I'm certainly in a worse one without Chat Gang. So thank y'all. Um, no, this I want to go back to though, like the world's on fire.
oh,
I'm not
was there
being
anything
myopic
positive in
about
all of
it.
2020? Of course, yeah, tons of stuff.
Not,
We,
like
we just don't think about it because there's a bunch of really sick shit happening,
pertinent,
right?
sick shit. But come
Yeah,
on,
but
hit
don't
me, hit me with
it's
some
silly to be like there was nothing good that
celebratory.
happened
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Hit me with some celebratory positivity. What's some good shit that happened in 2020 in retrospect?
Oh, geez, where do I start? Um, I think that it might not be an it might not be an exaggeration to say that a million more people have discovered MF Doom because of the news of his passing, and now they get to listen to the sickest fucking raps. And that's actually a good thing.
Grim
That's a
Slacker
positive thing.
cleaned my home office. Boom.
Big, yeah. Um,
Survived COVID. Glad.
I
Kind
I
of.
I baked something recently, and usually I'm more of a cook. I cook a
I feel.
lot.
I feel this.
I don't often bake because the difference is cooking is art and baking is science
Hmm.
at a basic level. When you're really good, it's all art, obviously, because everything is art.
Bukowski agrees.
If you practice it enough,
Do it with
anything
style.
can be art.
Anything done dangerously or anything with style is art, right? That's the
Yeah,
Bukowski.
bricklaying is art. If you're practiced enough at it, you can watch somebody who's like a second generation bricklayer who's laid bricks for 50 years. There's an art to what they do,
Oh,
right?
fucking ramen noodle makers. Like where they're just like and like they just weave a web of ramen like and you see this like third generation ramen noodle artist and that's all they do. Like that's fucking art. Yeah.
Yeah. So, um, anyway, but cooking is more of a science because it really is ratios of ingredients
Mm.
and you're heating stuff and it's changing and all that.
Yeah, baking.
And
Baking is you do chemistry and then
did
you
I
like
say
let it roll.
did I not say baking?
You flipped
I
them.
might have.
It's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, but so that's baking, and with cooking you can experiment a lot more, and you can just kind of do whatever and see what ends up tasting good. With baking, if you fuck something up, it might not become bread.
Right. Right.
It might be slime, and that's it. You're done.
Enjoy your slime.
But I tried making a gelatin for the first time. So um
You went out, you harvested it like a cattle and took its hooves, right? Like
no, there's this Japanese thickening agent called like agave or agara
agar
or
agar.
aru. I don't know, some name,
Yeah.
and it's like plant based. Oh, it's agar. Yeah, you're right. Agar, and it's like a plant based, tiny, almost tapioca looking, dry tapioca looking stuff, but much smaller.
Yeah.
And it's like a thickening agent. And so I created a pie crust from scratch, like a chocolate pie crust,
Chocolate rain.
and then made a then made like a chocolate. It's not really icing because it's just powdered sugar and half, and then like I added chocolate and some butter and stuff to it, and I put it on the bottom of the pie. It's sort of like a tart, except it doesn't. It's not like a fruit tart, but it's like a chocolate tart. Is like the way that I made it. That's icing, my dude. Yeah, fair enough. But it's thicker than icing, and there's way less sugar than normal. It's more like chocolate and more half and half, like that. It's that much more than sugar. So I'm
It
trying
sounds a
to
bit
describe
like a souffle even like a or
it's a
like a
ganache
custard.
is
Yeah,
what it was.
ganache. Okay.
I made a ganache.
Ah, a
Pardon me.
ganache then. Yeah.
And then I put that on the bottom of the pie, on the because bake it first, bring it out, and then I put it in one of those things that mom has, and where you squeeze out little shaped dollops, right?
Hmm.
And I put those all along the bottom of the entire tart, on the bottom of it, and then I made um, I made that gelatin with like syrup, like caramel syrup
Yeah.
and some sugar and stuff, and then like boiled it and then cooled it off a lot, and it cools clear, except with a slight orange hue, because it's caramel. And halfway through, I poured it on top of everything and then put it in the fridge for 8 hours. And when I took it out, I think it looked rather pretty because it was a clear, translucent gelatin that was slightly orange in color, and you could see through it. And then the bottom, you saw all the little dollops of chocolate. How nice, right?
Yeah.
And it really wasn't like super caramel. It was very light, and it actually worked. Like when it was done, people cut it. It didn't just slush right into nothing. It held its shape. It was pretty good. Lots of chocolate flavor, but like not a lot of sugary chocolate flavor.
Right. Yeah. Not
And
cloying.
everything pretty much worked out, and that was nice.
Nice.
Um,
Nice.
there was like there were so many steps, like you know, bake it for a half an hour and then take it out and then paint it in egg yolk and then put it back in for 5 minutes and then take it out and do this and then put it in the fridge for 2 hours and then do this and put it in the fridge for 2 hours and then do this other thing and leave it in the fridge overnight. And so there's a lot of like work I had to do for it, but it was a success, and so I'm happy about it. That was a good thing. That was over Christmas. I made that for mom, and
So Jill
what?
legit thought this was just going to be sarcastic, like with some payoff joke. Yeah.
No, this isn't the longest burn like moth joke or any such. I legitimately tried new things baking, and they were a success.
Hmm.
Oh, here we go. Heywoah starts talking about experimental baking, and everybody's all like, I'm out of here, Chad. I'm off the dream of big women.
I can't.
Yeah, may your dreams be of big women and luck be with you, my friend.
Yeah, yeah, and I hope I hope that 2021
Yeah, and there's
is
a
better.
shitload of other great stuff happened throughout the year for probably everyone. It's just, you know, you're focused on the negative
It's
because that's the stuff that affects you negatively. We're hardwired for negativity bias. It's a real thing, and just be aware of it and kind of fight against it. You know the old, I rolled so bad that game. Well, probably not. Your rolls were probably well within the bell curve. It's just the stuff that you tended to care about happened to be in a different spot, and you probably glossed over your really good rolls because in your head they didn't matter as much, or it wasn't a linchpin or something. It's fine. Yeah, no circus peanut story happened this year. We're good there, right?
I
Um,
mean that people
this is the
did
first year that I
learn.
didn't almost die, so that's pretty good. Aside from,
I
you know, the whole COVID thing, but I avoided that one successfully,
No,
so that's good.
that's a good thing is people got to hear the Circus Peanut story this year, or in
Yeah.
2020. Like
Hmm.
nobody had heard that apart from our circle. The Peanut story got unveiled in July of 2020. I know it feels like a billion years ago, but like that joy, that story, that is the little clip on YouTube that people get to listen to and like laugh the whole, like I was the laugh track for that story because I'm just dying the whole time, and I've heard it 1,000 times. I know this story. The other one that I don't know, this one is different, but like there's another one with the fucking clams, and I'm like, there's just oof, like
Oh
if
yeah, there's that one too. Yep.
like that's the one
I
where
mean, hey, next marathon, I'll bring that one
I
out.
was
Don't
weeping
worry,
but
chat.
also
I've
laughing.
almost died. Don't worry, chat. I've almost died so many times. I got stories for days for the marathon.
It's the
In fact,
worst.
I'm gonna say that every marathon, like a an established expected part of that marathon is that one time Heywoah almost died. I'll have enough for 5 or 6 years, easy,
We'll just
before I even have to start like really thinking back.
we'll have like
Easy.
but it's got to be a donation instead. You got to give to mental health.
Right, right. Yeah, it's going to be a donation incentive, yeah. But that's like one of the things. That's one of the things that you can expect every year. The marathon is a sometime Heywoah almost died.
It's
Sometimes because of his decisions, and sometimes not.
the humor isn't that you almost died. That's horrible. That edge of tragedy that pushes you outside your comfort zone. It's the way you fucking your deadpan, the matter of fact that you're little like the you'll
I
play
like
it.
to think I came to terms with them pretty well. You know, these are
Stories of
in a sense,
triumph,
these are moments I almost died, right? But also these are moments that I successfully survived.
and you lived.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. These are
and
stories
yeah, so
about life.
every time you almost die is a time that you successfully lived. It is the will to survive. It is accomplishment. Right? Sometimes a lesson was learned in these stories, sometimes not, but usually a lesson was learned. They're cautionary tales. Often they're cautionary tales. Sometimes you might not think you needed to know that cautionary tale, like you were well and truly safe from whatever that thing was. and you may be different, varying degrees of correct depending on the story.
Like you gain +1 poison resist because of the peanut story. Like you're just
Yeah,
accruing stat bonuses.
or I accrued -1 poison resist, and I'm just wounded forever. Like my body's just fucked up now. Like I'm alive, but I just carry suffering with me.
Oh no, that's
The what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, I suppose, unless like you fail the leap of faith, and then like what doesn't kill you makes you walk weird for the rest of your life. But you know what? You didn't bail, so get fucked. Anyway, with that, there were a bunch of other good things that happened this year, but I think that was a nice end.
oh, that
Turbo
was
Bus fucking smashed the competition.
yeah.
Get owned.
Oh man.
Last man standing on Sulphurous. Looking down from the #1 place, and the only thing we see is the #2 place, which is our second raid. And then way down there in #3 is, I don't know, somebody, some guy.
Man, any final soapbox moments? Anything you got to get off your chest? I know we kind of inverted this, but
I haven't
anything.
made a lot of YouTube videos recently, and I have great excuses for that. But I'm going to be making more.
There you go.
I think 2 streams a week is probably enough. I might do 3 eventually. If enough people keep like I felt like 1 a week was a little low if I'm gonna ask people to pay for emotes, right? Like I might as well give more bang for my buck there. I know that scheduling my second stream to literally compete with Vince Venturella's time slot was probably not the smartest thing to do, but I actually don't care. It's fine. It's supposed to be a dad game stream anyway.
They're different markets too. Twitch versus YouTube. I don't think you're.
True, but it's like the audience overlap cannot be denied between me and Vince Venturella.
Fair.
So there is that, and it's not like the AOS demographic is humongous, right? But still, it's fine. I don't care. In fact, during my stream, I told people to go watch Vince Venturella. So
yeah.
And actually, AOS coach stopped by and we chatted before it was like my stream was like the green room for him going to Vince. So
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna once I catch up on YouTube videos and start and have a regular amount of them, maybe then I'll consider going up to 3 streams a week, which would be pretty cool. But we'll see. We'll see if I have time.
You're already pushing partner numbers right now too, by the way. So you're closing in on that. That's got to be something you're aware of.
Right, but it's not going in a direction. I'm pretty stable at like 70 people.
And 75 is the number. 75.
Right, but that's 75 average, right? And Wednesday streams are like 30 people, plus or minus. So if I really wanted to milk the system and try to capture partner, I would like not ever stream Wednesday and only put out a YouTube video and then advertise the Twitch in that YouTube video and then stream on that exact day to artificially pump my numbers or something like that. But I don't really think partners like that you get like a bigger percentage or something from your sub button. What's the big deal?
More emote slots is like the first thing that you care about functionally. There's some perks, like you have like a guaranteed featured day on the front page. You get some perks. There are some noticeable perks. The big one is functionally for you. It's going to be like more emote slots. It's going to be the front
chat
page.
Chat really does want more emote slots too. I'm not going to not stream to chat in an attempt to like game theory the system though. It seems a little counterproductive.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I get big, I get big. But we'll see.
I made my peace. I had a weird dream. I guess this is my final digital soapbox moment. I had a really, really fucking strange dream, and I had optimal agency in the dream. You have one of those dreams where you like wake up into it and you didn't realize you fell asleep and you're just like going about everything, right? And I woke up like in the past with full awareness of the entire trajectory of my life. I was uh, back with
Oh
you
yeah,
in
I've
back.
had that's happened to me. Not to interrupt.
No, this is fine. This is a
Yeah,
conversation.
that's happened to me. But the problem with that is, with full foreknowledge, if you're actually in a good spot, you just navigate to get there, and that's actually the proper choice of action.
Maybe.
And in so doing, you if that ends up being the case, then that's actually a good thing. Like, it says a good thing about your current status
Mhm.
that your waking brain might not let you think.
Yeah. Well, and that's sort of where this went. Um, because like I woke up basically back in with enough time to fix my college trajectory and to not squander our time together with like Sam and like when we had that brief window of pure utopia where like we all
Yeah,
could just
you're gonna squeeze more out of stuff that you didn't know was temporal. You're gonna
yep
tie up a loose end here or there. You're gonna avoid some. You're gonna fix something.
avoid one
There's,
relationship or
yeah,
two
you're tying the
relationships I was
room
in.
together. In other words, but you're still driving towards
Yeah.
the end, right?
Yeah, and so Molly and I have an age gap of like 5 years, and so I'm like, can't rush to go meet her, and so like I did all this shit.
Yeah. FBI, open up.
Right, right, and like my future decisions were like, well, if I make these, like I'm like, well, what timeline? And I was like talking to myself. I'm like, what type of time travel are we talking here? Is this the like if I like butterfly effect? No matter what I do, I change everything forever, right? Like, um, and I'm like, well, I know
Supposedly the supposedly it's
the
like a
math
stream and
corrects
you throw a
itself.
rock
Yeah,
in it and the water just kind of
yeah, the math corrects itself.
something happens so that it mostly goes in the same direction and it's fine. That supposedly some, I don't know. I read a brief story about it, but you know how science journalists are. They put some absolutely horseshit clickbait headline on that's just factually incorrect about a study that hasn't even been verified yet.
Right,
And
and
then
this
they
is
basically ask a bunch of rhetorical questions in it, but
yeah,
it was still interesting anyway. I'll follow it if I care to later.
yeah, yeah. So I made a bunch of decisions, and I just kind of like maximized the cool time, and I like avoided the some of the bullshit hour. I'm like, well, I already learned the lesson from this fucking mistake, so I'm like, I just won't make that one. But like,
Yeah,
I didn't like,
but the lesson is learned, so we're good. Yeah, I
yeah,
don't have to.
yeah. I'm like, I don't have to make that fucking mistake. I didn't
Yeah,
like
I
do
see the two for 99 cents, and I'm like, you know what? No thanks.
I
Uh,
didn't do any.
this gas cap will put it all the way on.
Yeah, I didn't do any like big sweeping. Like I didn't do the like the Back to the Future like the sports almanac. I didn't do that. Like I didn't like I'm like, oh hey, stonks are a thing. Like I'm gonna buy Amazon shares. Like I didn't do any of that shit. I'm like and like I'm looking back at like I'm like, God damn it, dream time travel. Like why did I do any of that shit? Like I mean it was fleeting, but like my priorities because again I had supreme agency. I was really upset with myself upon waking and like several hours later reflecting. I'm like, in my dream agency state, I didn't think to set up myself better right now. And I got really mad at my fucking bullshit altruism. I'm like, be more selfish, you asshole. And that
It's like, wait a minute. In 1999, I didn't start mining Bitcoin. What?
I didn't buy stonks in Amazon. Like I
I didn't sell I didn't sell Enron stocks in 2000. I didn't you know,
I
buy some Amazon stock or any of that
start my
nonsense.
YouTube channel fucking ahead of time when I was already in early on fucking games journalism when I was a original contributor to Kotaku and like they didn't pay us with anything but exposure like before they got press credentials. Why didn't I fucking do it like where I quit Kotaku and I'm like I'm gonna go make my own site because this is going nowhere and then like they fucking get press credentials after I
And then
like
they go somewhere immediately.
like immediately I'm like that like on the list of things when I time travel back to being 20-year-old Andrew from 35-year-old Andrew that would be like don't quit Kotaku would be like at the top. Like I didn't fucking do any of that stuff. I couldn't stop myself from like going and helping other people in their great regrets. And I'm like, well, I know at this time that this bad thing's going to happen to them, so I got to be here then. And like that's what I ended up doing. And like at the fucking end of it, I live in a bowling alley or something like that, and like I miss my two children, and I like woke up super sad because I miss my kids and shit. And I'm like, well, if I meet Molly and if we try to get pregnant on this exact same date, does our DNA work out? Like, nope. Like it's just. And the moral of this story is, I realized I wouldn't really change anything for myself, as fucked and off the tracks as my life went, and as bad of the things I had to endure to get here. So maybe I need to quit being so harsh on me because I'm doing something right. Like I'm like
considering the starting checklist, this is a fantastic success.
Yeah, I mean, future.
It shouldn't be looked past or swept aside. Statistically speaking, this is like the fucking lottery from the starting checklist.
Yeah,
obviously.
I'm trying.
Although, I still might have mined Bitcoin in 1999.
Yes! God damn it!
Just that, because like, you mine like, if you mine like 50 Bitcoin in 99, that's $2 billion. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of helping people, with that kind of money. So, I mean, far be it from me to demand a dream version of a person thinks logically. There it is.
No, that's I need to. Future Andrew needs to get his shit together. I'm starting here today. I've got some priorities out of whack. But like, I got to here and I played the hand I was dealt, and then I realized like, I don't know. There's just some people who always have that like. I realized that like I've approached my life like a main tank without a healer. So like if I can't take the hit and the DPS can't kill it fast enough, then like I'm just like kind of like broken. And I think some people approach their life like DPS, and some people approach it like support with nobody to support, and they're like looking for the wrong people to support. And it's not a perfect metaphor because clearly life isn't an MMO. But we could all be in the Matrix and nobody could ever prove it wrong.
Right, and that is true, but it's also sort of a lesson in unfalsifiable claims and how absolutely useless they are for any sort of
this is meaning. I mean, and that's the thing is we're in some form of shared.
You can't prove that you're not a brain in a jar. Just imagining all this. That's right. I cannot prove that. And what does that say? Oh, I guess that actually says nothing, doesn't it? Because there's a lot of other unfalsifiable things I can just make up.
But
don't point in any particular direction.
Even if I am a brain in a jar somewhere, or this is the Matrix, I have some shared reality with you that I'm talking to in chat gang here, and so I have some responsibility to this perceived reality but
since I'm just making everything up, that's not the case. What do you say now? Imagine being the most annoying debate partner ever.
Yeah, but if you're then what's your end game if you're just making everything up?
Oh, whoa, I'm just supposed to be annoying. How come I'm being asked questions?
Yeah, like that's something, that's a trick.
Then actually, you should adhere to my super specific, also not falsifiable nonsense as well, and also believe that's
But then you just keep asking them questions. That's the power I've learned now.
I need donations. Because money isn't real, so you might as well give me your money because we're all just brains in jars.
Yeah, it's true. So you could subscribe, sub, etc., Patreon, Twitch Prime, do all that shit. Chat gang, you know this bit. I recently found out, by the way, that my skeleton, if it weren't in my body, could have force lightning powers, and it is my skin holding my sweet ass skeleton in check. That's a video game thing. I'll explain that later.
Yeah. Just drink your milk. Make sure your skeleton is big.
Yeah. Drink your
I think
milk.
that's the scientific way to describe it.
Yeah, drink your milk. Pay your taxes. Find. Don't neglect reality. It's important. I am the chronic escapist. I will always seek. Reality is boring and/or sucks to me, and I always try to make better realities or live in different realities. Um, that's not cool. In a simple sense, you can't change the world, obviously, but you can change your direct behavior and the people you interact with. So maybe start there, right? And I don't want to be too preachy with this because whatever it takes to help you get through your days, fucking do that. Um, but the status is not quo. What's the line from The Big Lebowski? This will not stand, man. This
aggression will not stand.
Yeah, this
He's
aggression.
repeating the thing that Herbert Walker Bush said on the TV as he was in line at the grocery store buying that milk that he opened to see if it smelled any good. That was writing a check for him.
Fuck it.
$1.27, I think. Well, I can't remember what the number was exactly, but
He's buying fucking milk and writing a check for it or whatever.
he was writing a check for like $1 something.
Yeah. So, chat gang, you're the show within the show. Go forth into whatever your version of your reality is, and do the thing. I'm done.
Yeah, good show.
Yeah, good show. Take care, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.